Saram. Saram. Check. Check. Yeah. Let's start with 3 ohms. Okay. Humble pranams at the lotus feet of our beloved Bhagwan. Saram, everybody. Everybody's excited to be here? Yeah, I sure am. Welcome to the Dallas Sai Center. Today we have the Bhajan workshop, and I'm super excited to be introducing the leads for this workshop. And before I do that, welcome all the founding members of this Dallas Sai Center. They're all here. And in fact, this was one of their ideas to have this Bhajan workshop. It's been something that's been in the works for a while, and I'm so glad that we are finally here for this workshop. Hari Bhajana Bina Shuka Shanti Nahi. This is a song that I've heard, and we all have heard Swami sing over and over again. As we all know, Swami has lived his life with an example for ourselves to be following through as well. So when he says Hari Bhajana Bina Shuka Shanti Nahi, he really says, like, happiness and peace comes out of singing the name of the God. And there are a number of quotes Swami has around devotional singing, bhajan singing. But I found a few of them that were really, that caught my attention, right? First of all, bhajan singing, right, is a process where what's the benefit of doing bhajan singing? There are 9 different forms of worship and devotion, right? And the easiest of them all is possibly singing the name of God. Smaran, which is basically, chanting and thinking about God. Kirtanam Smaran is hearing the name of the God, and singing the Kirtanam would be singing the name of the God. And Bhajan workshop, especially in the Bhajan singing, you not only sing, right? When you sing, there's a sadhana around it, and then when people hear and follow, there's a double benefit to it. So, in fact, in Swami's own words there, he says it's double promotion, which I really liked. Double promotion is something we are all excited about. That you get 2 benefits out here, which is to essentially derive joy and distribute joy. That's what bhajan is all about. And second thing, from a personal benefit standpoint, when we sing, desire and anger, we all have this in us as human beings. We always have, we think about all the worldly things we have. Sometimes we have emotions that run up and down. But when we are doing bhajan singing, we get our mind and focus back into one thing, which is about thinking about God. And that gives you peace, right? That's really what these are a few quotes from Swami, and I think we are all here for that purpose. Is hopefully through this Bhajan workshop we get inspired, energized further to pursue this actively going forward. Before we go into introducing the guests, a few housekeeping rules. Please put your phone on silent mode, right, so that we can all be focused. Second thing, this is an interactive workshop. I'm sure they'll cover this with you. So the more we interact with the guests, the more we learn, the more questions we ask. Third, the Founders Hall is where we're going to have our breaks, snack breaks and so on. But there is a section out there for the SSC workshop that will be conducted during one of the breaks. And there is actually going to be a small screen that divided that. So on the other side, we'll have a SSC workshop. On the other side, we can have your break. So Founders Hall is where most of the break sessions are going to be, right? So let me go through the schedule for the day. Next slide. Yeah, so we're going to have 4 segments. And don't ask me what the segments are really, because it's suspense for us as well. So we've been asking them, and the leads have said, nope, that's suspense for you. So you come to the workshop and you'll see it. So segment number 1 will be until 11 a.m., right? And then we'll have a break between 11 and 11:15. But if you look at it, SSC breakout session will be between 11:05 and 11:45, which means you may think that the SSC is getting only 5-minute break, but what we want to do is the SSC kids can leave a little early, so they can leave at 10:50, go have the break, and then assemble at 11:05 in the founder hall, right, for a session. The adults will have their break between 11 and 11:15 and come back here by 11:15, right? So the segment 2 will start 11:15 to 12:15. It'll be a group activity, after which we'll have the lunch. This lunch that's going to be served in the Founders Hall for everybody between 12:15 and 1:15. Segment 3 is 1:15 to 2:30. We'll have another tea break between 2:30 and 2:45 in the Founders Hall. Follow that by group segment 4, which is also a group activity, 2:45 to 3:45, and finally the wrap-up. So as you see, we've paced it really well. So it's going to be a full day of exciting information and activity for us to do, but we also have breaks so that you can all go back and have it. So if you do want to take a phone call or anything like that, please go outside and take it. And if there's any other questions, you can always reach out to Venkat or myself in the back. Next slide. All right. So now to introduce our 2 wonderful guests. First, I think let me take, it's a privilege for me to introduce Brother Subramaniam Shankaran. And he actually is originally from Chennai. And in 1997, he moved here to do his graduate studies. He has been under Swami's fold since the 1980s. And he's always been musically inclined and is an avid music lover. So he learned playing the harmonium and keyboard on his own. And he always has thought about music as a medium to connect and converse with God. And one of his ambitions was to really play for Swami. And he was able to do that via offering a devotional music CD called Be With Me, Bhagwan. So he was able to offer that to Swami. He owes everything to his inspirer, which is Swami, and obviously his and to his parents as well, because they set the environment for him to be able to do what he does today. He's part of the Boston Center, and he actively participates in the Sai Center activities out there. He lives in Acton, Massachusetts with his wife, Raji, and 2 sons. And I'm really, really, really privileged to be having him with us today. Right? Our next guest is Sister Nirmala. And next slide. Yeah, Sister Rukmani. And Rukmani... You're putting me there for a second. Sorry about that. Yeah, you know that happens when you see somebody out there and you're like, oh, you remember there what? Sorry about that. Sister Rukmani, and Sister Rukmani has been an active member of the Sai community in the greater Boston area, and her family has been associated for about 4 decades, and she actually went to Swami School, right? She was part of the Satya Sai Institute of Higher Learning in Anantapur campus. Afterwards, she graduated from Madras Institute of Technology, an university with an engineering degree. She was a part of the band and music group in Anantapur as well. So Swami students, so she performed in the band out there, and she's now an IT professional in Shrewsbury, Massachusetts. She and her family lives, basically she's also a teacher, and she's an SSC coordinator. She's been an SSC Bhajan trainer, SSC teacher, and a devotional coordinator, a lot of things. So she's had a variety of experience, and that's just amazing to have her here. In her own words, again, I love bhajans and devotional singing, and in many ways, and it's her way of connecting with the self. Every bhajan that I sing, lead, or follow is a joy, and it takes me one step closer in my journey. I firmly believe bhajan or devotional singing is a privilege, blessing, and an opportunity that Swami has given me to progress in my spiritual quest. And this is so beautiful. So I didn't have to paraphrase it because she said it so nicely as to what bhajan singing means to her. And I'm sure for many of us it means similar things. So looking forward to learning from you all today. And I'll leave the stage here for them to pursue. Sai Ram.
Om Sri Sai Ram. Offering our collective salutations at Bhagwan's lotus feet. While this is being set up, Sister Rukmani and I would like to collectively thank every one of you for inviting us, at the same time giving us an opportunity to dwell on His name, because it's such a rare opportunity that Swami says in the Kali age. And we're amazed by the level of logistics, preparation, the hospitality, right, not now, but the past few weeks before it started. We will start with the offering of bhajans, and then we'll get started. Aao, aao, Sai pyare.
Aao, aao, Sai pyare.
Aao, aao, Sai pyare.
Aao, aao, Sai pyare.
कीर्तन करूं मैं साई तुम्हारे.
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 आओ आओ साई प्यारे.
आओ आओ साई प्यारे.
तुम हो मेरे नयनों के तारे.
तुम हो मेरे नयनों के तारे.
दर्शन दो जीवन के सहारे.
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 आओ आओ साई प्यारे.
We sanctify Glorify the day the Lord is born within us.
By the day the Lord is born within us.
Glorifying God, we celebrate this day. Hooray!
Glorifying Lord, we celebrate this day.
No other day, Lord, this is a true birth.
No other day, Lord, this is the new birth.
No other way, Lord, this is a true birth.
No other way, Lord, this is a true birth.
Living a life of loving service.
Living a life of loving service.
Glorifying Lord, we celebrate this day.
Glorifying Lord, we celebrate this day.
Glorifying God, we celebrate this day.
Glorifying Lord, we celebrate this day.
We sanctify the day the Lord is born within us.
Before we get started, we wanted to start off with Swami's clip. As this workshop is all about Bhajan singing. And in this clip, Swami says anything that you want to start off with, you have to ask those 5 questions. And let us hear from Swami as to what those 5 are.
ಏನು ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡಿದರು, ಏನು ಮಾಡಿದರು, ಯಾತಕ್ಕೋಸ್ಕರ ನಾವು ಹೀಗೆ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀವಿ, ಇದರಿಂದ ಫಲಿತ ಏನು, ಇದಕ್ಕೆ ಕಾರಣ ಏನು ಎಂಬುದನ್ನು ನಾವು ಮೊದಲು ವಿಚಾರಣೆ ಮಾಡಬೇಕಾಗಿದೆ.
Whatever actions we are doing, whatever actions we will be doing, we should know first what we are doing it and what for we are doing. These details we should know.
ಮೊದಲು మనం ಪ್ರಶ್ನಿಸಿಕೊಳ್ಳುವಷ್ಟು ನಾವು ಮೊದಲು ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆ ಮಾಡ್ಕೋಬೇಕಂತದ್ದು 5 ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆಗಳನ್ನು ನಾವು ಮಾಡ್ಕೋಬೇಕು.
We have to ask ourselves these 5 questions first.
ಯಾತಕ್ಕೆ,
why should we do it,
ಎಲ್ಲಿ,
when,
ಇದಕ್ಕೆ ಕಾರಣ ಏನು,
what is the reason,
ಯಾರು,
who,
ಇದರಿಂದ ಫಲಿತ ಏನು,
what is the result.
ಈ ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆಗಳನ್ನು ನಾವು ಮಾಡಿಕೊಂಡ್ರೆ ಪ್ರತಿಯೊಂದು ಸಮಸ್ಯೆಯನ್ನು ನಾವು ವಿಚಾರಣೆ ಮಂಡಳಿ ಸಮಸ್ಯೆ ಪರಿಹಾರ ಮಾಡ್ಕೋಬಹುದು.
If we answer these questions, then we will be able to solve all the difficulties.
And as this is very clear that fundamentally we need to ask these questions ourselves as to any activity that we pursue in any sadhana that we undertake. And this workshop is no different. What sister and I we will try to do is to cover these aspects as part of the Bhajan workshop.
With loving Sairams at the lotus feet of Mother Sai. Sairam, everyone. Are you excited to be here? Yes, I am. I can feel the love, I can see the love. So there's nothing more that I could ask for. We are truly grateful to be here today with all of you. And I hope we can kind of explore and introspect all the questions that Swami has put for us through this workshop. That's the objective. But in case if you have missed something, please pardon us, because this is not our brainchild. It's Swami who is directing this. We have put in the effort to do the self-introspection required to prepare this content and everything. In case you feel that we have missed something, please let us know. So we are all with you. It is just that we are sitting in a taller podium. That's all.
And we could very well be sitting on the other side to receive this as well. And we are very, very grateful to be sharing our perspective on this whole
and
workshop.
to add, Subbu and I, we've been together for 15 years in the Sai family. I never knew about his introduction. Can you believe? And that's the beauty of the Sai community, right? All we have to know that is somebody loves Swami as much as I do. That's all. I don't have to know the details to connect with them. And I'm sure Subbu will agree with me. While working on this workshop, like it took 15 years for us to get here. Like Swami had to give us this opportunity to do this workshop together. When we were discussing, Many things were so calm, and it's like, oh my God, did it happen like that for you? Yeah, it happened like that for me. So I'm sure everyone here will resonate with one or two or 1,000 different things as part of this workshop. So as brother, during the introduction, he said, any workshop or any satsang can become effective only when we want it to be. Everybody who is sitting here. It's not enough if just I wish for that. It's not enough just the officers wish for that. It's not enough some bhajan singer or bhajan enthusiast. Things like that, right? Everybody here, even the baby, even the, I don't know if I'm allowed to call you a baby, but you're a baby. So everybody has to want to make this workshop so effective and so efficient that we will allow Swami to work through us in this gathering today. And I'm going to introduce the topic. So what Subbu and I were thinking is, when we were discussing, like Swami will give you millions of thoughts. It's like, oh my God, I need to share this, I need to share that, I need to do this, because Swami inspires us so much. We want to share everything in the limited time that we have. And through the preparation, we understood that even a lifetime is not enough to, share everything that Swami has taught us, teaching us, will teach us, right? So we are going to do our best to share what kind of resonated with us when we were discussing to share as part of this Bhajan workshop. And we kind of wanted to make it as a story. How many of you love to listen to stories? Yeah? See? Chinna kathas, right? Short stories that Swami uses to send the message. So we kind of are going to take the same route. So here today, we have 4+ hours, whatever hours. We are going to listen to the story of a traveler. See, when the story is not about me, I'm more interested actually. So for whatever reason, so I thought, okay, we are going to discuss the story of the traveler. Let us see how he goes through this journey. So this story of the traveler will correspond very much to devotional singing, because you can say the story from multiple perspectives, from multiple characters' perspective, right? So this story is from our perspective. So if your perspective differs from that, that's perfectly fine. But just hear us out.
And the most important thing here is, especially in any other journey, if we get lost somewhere, we will ask people along the way. But here we have our Bhagavan who provides us. He is there at the destination, He is there at the path, He is there in the beginning, He is there leading us. So what more can we want in terms of the traveler?
Right. So I'm going to stop here because we are going to be talking about this story a lot today. But before getting to the story, let's do something fun. Because before listening to the story, we need to be in that headspace, right? When you're very sleepy, very tired, somebody wants to come and say a story, how will you feel? Oh my God, can you please stop? I can't do this, right? So we want to avoid that. So we are going to kind of attempt to do that. Oh, sorry, Subbu, one more slide. So this emoji that you can see, you might be in any one of those, or you might have a 9th dimension, I don't know. But we are all going to get to that spot where, everybody's so happy. You might have had so many issues, so many aches and pains, so many things that didn't go right. It's okay. For the next 4 hours of whatever hours that we have here, all of us are going to be super happy, super charged. Yes, I need that energy. Okay? So now we are starting with a game. So now, Subbu.
So let's start with this, right? You look at this picture. Again, as Sister mentioned, we wanted to observe this from a fun perspective. What appeals to your mind just looking at this? This is a family, so there's no show of hands. Let's kind of interact, right? What appeals to you? What bhajans come to your mind? Can we sing loud.
It could be a
through this.
bhajan.
It
If
could
you're
be
not
thought.
comfortable singing, it could be a thought, it could be a quote,
Anything.
anything, any word, or it could be a word. Everything is acceptable.
Yes.
Ah,
That's my first thought. Sorry, I got
Wonderful.
the microphone after that.
Excellent. Anyone else?
yeah.
Yes.
Madhuram, madhuram.
Oh, wonderful.
Oh,
Love
beautiful.
for animals.
Love for animals.
Oh, super.
Awesome. Yes. You need to wait for the mic though. After she shares, the mic will come to you because we want all of us to listen to your voice.
The elephant is more blessed than the people who are standing away. So
Perspective. Awesome.
Yes, yes. Oh my God, I didn't even think about that. Yeah, yeah, yeah. For her. Yeah.
So whenever I when I see that, I think of the God love all, serve all.
Oh,
Love
that's
all, serve
fantastic. Love all, serve all. Yeah. Anybody else wants to chip in? Yes.
Devotion to Swami.
Devotion
I
to
think of-
Swami.
I
Devotion
think
to
of
Swami.
Devotion to Swami. Oh, for me, if the first thing that struck me when you put that photo was Gajavandana Gananatha.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
Correct, correct.
Let's continue our. Okay, go ahead.
Looking at Saigita's eyes, she's so pleased. I have a pet at home, and this is how he looks like, whenever I'm close to him, and so she's so pleased. The eyes are so loving and so
Wonderful. Loving.
pleased. Yeah.
Let's move on to the next picture. What about this one? Let's get this going.
Yes, yes.
Yes.
Surrender to the feet of the Lord song.
Oh, I don't
idu
know that bhajan, but
pankajama.
beautiful. Sounds beautiful though. I should learn. Yes, brother.
There's a song, the Surrender to the feet of the Lord, Sai
Yeah.
Baba, that one.
Correct. Yeah.
Nice.
Guru
Manasa
Charanam,
Bhajare
yes.
Guru Charanam.
Satya Sai Padambujam.
Padambujam.
Padambujam, yes.
Nice.
Anybody hasn't spoken till now?
This is again everyone's involvement here.
Yes.
So yes. Don't be shy.
Don't be shy. You can say, Auntie, no. That's not the picture I had in mind.
Yes.
Even that's a good answer.
Swami's Charan Kamal.
Charana
Charana
Kamala.
Kamala.
Yeah.
Yes.
Charana Kamala Bandhu. Yeah, so many. Yeah.
Sundara Padam
Ah.
Sai Padam.
Oh,
Yes, yes.
beautiful.
Beautiful bhajan. Yes.
And apparently she's the only one so far who has sung and shown. Everyone else kind of say it. So beautiful. Thank you. Okay. And
No, I know. You are super excited like me. I want you to hold off because let's listen to. But yeah.
Padamaidu Pankajama Bhaktare Kakum Kavachama.
Oh my God,
we
beautiful.
should learn more bhajans from you. I think.
Yeah. We'll come. So next bhajan workshop, I'm going to come and she's going to teach all these bhajans.
Beautiful.
No, beautiful sister. Yes. Ramya. See, but I have a different name. I have Nirmala. I am Nirmala. I know. For Dallas, I am Nirmala. No, I think Swami wants me to know that I have to be like Nirmala. That flower, that beautiful flower. And I will try my best.
Let's move on.
What? Yeah. You didn't know that?
I didn't know that.
So now onwards, I give you a task, you do it for me.
Let's proceed along this, right?
Yes.
Who wants to unscramble this? Life is a game played. Wow.
Yes.
That was instant. You got it.
Instant, yes.
How about this picture?
What bhajan come to your mind, and whoever who has not opened their mouth, because I wanted to give some exercise to your throat. This is as part of the voice culturing.
Gopala Radha.
Gopala
Gopala
Radha
Radha
Lola.
Lola,
Okay.
yes.
Anyone else?
Nothing comes to your mind? You're still sleeping?
Radha Krishna Karna Lola.
Radha Krishna
Krishna
Karuna
Karuna.
Lola.
Nice.
Beautiful.
Yes. Oh, so nice.
That's a good perspective. And that reflects for us or applies for us also, right? Who is in more love, him or us?
Any?
Ah,
Sai Mata
yes,
with Go Mata.
Sai Mata with Go Mata.
Excellent.
That is the title of the next workshop. So Swami is
We
kind
have
of...
so much innovation here in the Dallas
Yeah,
area.
yeah.
It's really nice. Anyone else? Why don't we move on to this?
This one is very
be-
easy, everybody
Okay.
knows.
Lingod Bhavakara Lingeshwara.
Bhavakara Lingeshwara.
Same thought, yes.
Okay? Yes. Question, what is he holding for others who cannot hear?
Fantastic.
Yeah.
So Swami is holding a lingam. Lingam is a representation of Lord Shiva. So this is something that he's just showing everybody. This was after a Shivaratri discourse where that lingam used to emerge from within physically for Swami. And he is just holding and showing everybody. See what came.
Now what appeals?
Yeah.
Yes.
Atmalingam bhajore.
I think of the 8th Anuvaka and Sri Rudram Namakam because on the 8th Anuvaka at all of the Ekadasi Rudrams, they pour Abhishekam to the Lingam.
Oh.
That's awesome.
Let's give a big round of applause
Yes.
for this child.
Yes.
So
Perspective, yes.
Creator holding his creation.
Creator is holding his
the
creation.
yeah.
Wonderful.
Yeah. Fantastic. Yes.
There was, I don't think it's the same photo, but I carry one around my phone. There's a photo of him carrying another Shiva Lingam, and they say that if you carry that, if you touch it to your heart, everything good will happen for you, and that's worked for me. So whenever I see a photo, like whatever photo of Swami holding that Shiva Lingam, I just think of good luck, happiness, and joy.
Nice. And I'll give you one more tip in case you don't have that photo sometime and you really want it. This is also his creation, right? You can feel the lingam. That's the easiest and probably the laziest also because I don't want to carry so many things. But that's one another thought that came to me when you were sharing. But beautiful.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
Hiranyagarbha Suktam.
Hiranyagarbha Suktam.
Beautiful.
So finally, can you fill up the blanks? What is union with God? Have fun. Happiness is union with God. So, with all of this, I think this kind of gives us a perspective of everyone has different notions about music, bhajans overall. But sister, we were introducing this whole workshop about a traveler or a road. Where are we heading towards, or what path are we taking? What is our whole phenomenon here? What are we talking about here?
That's where we are going to get started. The first segment is titled as Pick, right? So all of us would have done travels, right? Trips, we always do. So we kind of pick certain things before we decide or finalize on the travel. That's exactly what we are going to do today. So Brother Subbu asked about what is the destination, what is the route we are going to take, what is the path, right? In this story, for this traveler, the destination that he wanted to reach was he wanted to experience this ultimate truth. I am divine, or I am love, I am peace, I am that. I'm not anything. It could be any one of this. And that is the space that he wanted to be in. And I'm going to use my personal favorite. His destination was, I want to experience the ultimate truth. I am I. Yeah, that was the destination he wanted to get to. And to get there, he had so many options. He could take the route of karma or action. He could take the route of bhakti, devotion. or jnana, wisdom, right? And there were so many other routes. These were the three routes which I was familiar with, so I quoted that.
In fact, the 9-point code of conduct that Swami has is a mixture of all the three, karma, bhakti, jnana. Interesting.
Yeah. So he had all these routes to choose from. And in this story, this particular traveler chose bhakti, devotion, because that's the thing that attracted him the most. And now he knew that he has taken the route of devotion. Within that, there were so many paths. It's like there's not, just one or two options. He just had so many options and he did not know what to do. And for this particular traveler, he thought, oh my God, there are 9 paths. Where do I start? 9 is too much. That is too many options to choose from. So the 9 paths of devotion, I'm sure all of us kind of know, right? Shravanam, Kirtanam, Smaranam, everything. From that, he chose Namasmaranam. And, Kirtanam. Namasmaranam is my favorite, but yeah. Kirtanam is that traveler's favorite. So he chose Kirtanam, and he said, I am going to use devotional singing to get to this destination where I am going to realize or experience that I am I. So that is this segment, Brother Subbu. Now you asked me one question. I'm going to ask you one.
Okay.
So the traveler has picked the route, destination, everything, right?
Mm-hmm.
Why do you think devotional singing is so special?
Sister, it's interesting. You brought about the question of Nama Sankirtan. The way Swami described is very interesting because he breaks it out into first Nama, the power of the name itself. Because uniqueness is very important. Because Swami says the power of Nama you cannot fathom with our intellectual capacity. Because chanting name of Rama or Krishna or Govinda, anything that you take, it has its own power. And he says, imagine a food that you're eating. Do you know how it gets digested? No. And the same way, by chanting the name, it does something to your body and it relieves all your stresses. Now people go to all these places for diabetes and this and that. But Swami says, just participate in Nama Sankirtana. And the Kali Yuga is the most prescribed medicine of the Nama. And Swami, in the Chinnakatha, as Sister was pointing out, we're going to do a lot of Chinnakathas here. As one of the Chinnakathas, Swami gives a beautiful story of a person who wants to aspire more in life, just like all of us. I want to get this, I want to be successful in this. Then he goes and asks a sadhu, a rishi,
a
saint. And he says, Sadhu, I wanted to aspire the best things in my life. And he gives a genie to him. I wish I had a genie like that, right? And he said, this genie has a unique power. And he asked, what power? It can satisfy every desire of yours. You ask anything. I want a candy, I want this, I want that. I'm sure, kids like here, if we have a genie like that, I would be like, wow. I would go ask for the best thing on the earth. But the sadhu put a condition. He said, you can have everything you aspired for, but if you stop giving the genie a task to work for, it can swallow you. And I was
Do you know the story? Yeah?
This is a catch. And Swami says, this is more important because then the sadhu gave a solution. He says, go give him a pole. It could be metal pole, it could be steel pole, it could be any pole. Go ask the genie to go up and down, up and down, up and down, because then you can successfully do your job. And Swami says this is the power of the mind. Because the mind is super attracted to external things. It's very, very hard to contain. Because in a split second that we call, we can think about 1,000 thoughts. I want to aspire for this, I want to get this, oh, this is nice. That mind is the most powerful computer that Swami says. It can process 1,000,000 thoughts in a second. But to control such a beast, Swami says the best thing is go up and down. So chant the name of the Lord. It doesn't matter what pole it is, metal, steel, Rama, Krishna, Govinda, it really didn't matter. But go up and down, so that the steadiness of the mind is obtained. Number one. But you think steadiness is super difficult. Because it's in Kali Yuga, because Swami says Krita Yuga, Dhyanam was the prescribed method. In Treta Yuga is Yajnam. And Dwapara Yuga is Archanam. Swami says all of this is very difficult to attain God. People did yajnas and yajnas to attain God. And he says this time I've given the most easiest method, which is Kali Yuga, in the Namasmarana. But, imagine our mind's desires run haywire, and how to tame this mind, it's not easy. I'll give a practical example also. Let's say we go to a Best Buy store. I'm sure you all have Best Buy or any other store, Kohl's. We go purchase a heavy laptop. I used to think about this all the time. Let's say I buy this laptop, I put it in the counter to go through the register, and as they're going through the register, we are trying to pay through it, and until that second, it is not yours. The moment you go through the register, you scan through your credit card, the next millisecond, if that laptop falls, you know what our thought would be? Oh, my laptop fell. Because the mind is going after possessing objects that's outside. In a split second, 5 seconds ago, it belonged to Best Buy. The moment you purchase and accidentally, if you happen to throw it away, it becomes, oh my God, I dropped my laptop. Wait a second. 5 seconds before, 5 seconds after. How did the mind attracts like a magnet to the world? So, with this concept, Swami says to tame the mind is very, very important with Nama Sankirtana. Now, the next step of Nama is the Kirtana part. Because as Sister mentioned, Kirtana is very good, but the problem is with Kirtana is individual singing. And we have, Kritis, Annamacharya Kritis, we have a lot of Kritis.
I'm sure you'd have gone to concerts, music concerts, like trained musicians. They kind of explore the tune, the raga, or they do a lot of elaboration. With a lot of respect to them, yes, that's amazing what they do. That is Kirtanam, just for the benefit if anybody didn't catch that word.
But that is, to that point, it is only a single person singing and everybody enjoying and saying, wow, what a great concert. That is all we can do, clapping at the end of it. Now comes the next portion, which is very near and dear to Swami, which is Samyak Kirtan, which what he calls a Sankirtan. This Sankirtan is very different because everybody can participate. And he says, not the way we are participating, yes. Swami gives an example of calling from the well. He says, if you're in the well, will you call Rama, come and help me?
If Krishna, you really want to. Otherwise, Krishna, it's okay, I'll just drown.
It's okay if you can, if you have some time, please come. No, we will sing loud, pour our heart and say, Krishna, Rama, Govinda, please come. He said, Sankirtan should be exactly with that feeling. And only when it is done this way, it is the best possible way. And there are many, like Dhyanam, Pranayama, Yoga, there are many methods of achieving God. But that is all not helping you and me. If sister does Dhyanam, it's only going to help her. If I do yoga, it's only going to help me. But Nama Sankirtan, everybody can do it together and the collective prayer can move Bhagavan. And it can relieve from the samsara. Maybe Swami knew that several years ago that we will be pulled and pushed in the samsara, that's how he created Manasa Bhajore Guru Charanam. He says, hold on to this is the only thing which will help you cross the ocean. And that is the uniqueness. So much having talked about uniqueness.
Yeah.
Interesting, because when Swami sang this, he should have had some kind of a, Nama Sankirtan group or something. How did he start?
I am sure many people can answer. Do we remember the history, how Swami started the Bhajan movement? Yeah. So I think you are still in samadhi. You are all meditating. Next question you are answering. Okay? So Swami started Pandari Bhajan group. Do you know how old he was when he started that? He was at 10. How many of you are 10-year-old? 9 or 10? See, you could start your own. What's your name? Huh? You can start your Kirti Bhajan group. Yeah? Seriously. Imagine when Swami can do it, why can't you, right? And Swami, you know why he started that? You think he started that because he didn't have Xbox, no PlayStation. So he was super bored. He didn't know what to do with his friends. So did he start the Bhajan group? Yeah? But that's the thought that comes to our head, right? In my mind also I asked, oh Swami, you didn't have any better job to do, so you started Bhajans. But actually that was not why he started. He knew that he's in the body of a 10-year-old and he's interacting with all 10-year-olds. Like how he's interacting with all these, different year-olds here. He was interacting with 10-year-olds and he wanted to inspire them and make best use of their time without even them knowing that they are doing something different. He made it fun. You know how the Pandari, that picture actually depicts that. They used to sing, dance and go. I'm not asking you to dance in your Nagar Sankirtan. So don't misinterpret me, but that's what should happen inside our heart. Our heart should dance. Every bhajan that we sing, irrespective of whether you're leading, you're following, you're sitting in the first row, you're sitting in the last row, or you're arranging the slippers, or you're helping in the cafeteria, it doesn't matter. If you are able to listen to Swami's name, by Swami I always mean God, so don't think that, oh my God, only Swami's name I will connect. Any God's name. When you listen, your heart should dance. You should be in that state of ecstasy. You're having a lot of fun. It should be a fun activity. The happiness that you get from playing a small video game or by watching a cartoon, the joy that you derive from bhajan singing is like million times more than that. And that is the only reason Swami started this Pandari Bhajan group. 1, for fun. 2, inclusiveness. Right? So the boys who were all with Swami at that time, Swami did not grow up in in US or Boston or in some metropolitan city. He was in some village. They don't know anything. You go and tell them, oh, you know music? Start. Sorry. They were like, what are you doing? Why? What is this sa? What is this re? Right? So Swami wanted to bring it down to their level so it is very easy to connect. It should be relatable. And that's something I think which we all have to remember, this history.
Very interesting.
Yeah.
And also through that fun, Swami, the fundamental purpose of any sadhana and satyasai bhajans is the steadiness of the mind. Through that happiness that comes in your heart, it should translate into bhakti. And singing the name loud only can cause that steadiness. Because the steadiness of the mind is very, very important, because that's the only goal in terms of aspirational.
Correct.
Wise.
Yes. And we have heard now a lot about the history. Now I want to move on to the next.
Sure.
What did it do to you, Subbu?
It is, very good question, right? Before, this is a Kali Yuga where ROI is so important, which is,
yes.
Hey, what am I getting in return? Right? Because when you go to work, you get a paycheck. People quantify everything in terms of what is the value that I get. But Swami says, what you see here, you cannot see with your bare eyes. But it promotes, number one, as I said, steadiness of the mind. It is interesting, several decades ago, my parents took my Jatakam, what do you say? Horoscope, thank you. Horoscope to an astrologer. He instantly said, you have Sai's Anugraha, but there is so much chanchalam in your mind. Why? Because he equates, when you have Sai's name, how can you have chanchala? These two cannot...
Chanchala is disturbance.
Is disturbance. Because that steadiness, he says, take up Sai's name. When you have his anugraha, why not utilize? Because we all have his anugraha, we are not utilizing. So that steadiness is the first attribute that you cannot see with your eyes. But the impact is much more than that, sister. Number one, I think it should promote humongous humility within us. It should make you humble. It should make you that there is another perspective. I'll give you one powerful experience with humility. Several years ago, there is a very well-known, renowned singer, Raja Reddy Garu. How many of us know Raja Reddy Garu? Who is a mandir singer back in 60s and 70s. He is, in those days only Eradi Brothers and Raja Reddy Garu and a couple of other people, only 3 or 4 people used to sing multiple rounds of bhajans and over and over and over. And after singing several decades, one day he was waiting to sing for his chance, and he was seated. Swami is seated probably much more physically closer. And the mic was in front of him. He was about to start the next bhajan. And while everyone was closing their eyes, Swami told the guy next guy to Raja Reddy Garu to remove the mic and put it to the next person. Which means you're not singing. And then the instantaneous reaction for any one of us who are there, who has been, I've been singing here for a long time, oh my God, how come Swami you did? This is our instant reaction. But you know what Raja Reddy Garu did? He said, he silently accepted this is Swami's will. Nothing can happen without his interference, without his will. Then he quietly accepted this is what Swami wanted me to do. But ever since then, bhajans promote this humility. If this is not happening, then that is not a one attribute.
Yeah, for me, humility is a big word. Like, I'm a very simple person. I could not fathom this concept. Like, how can I be humble, or how should I be humble? I didn't know that. So I always, till today, I always use a bhajan to, get me to that spot. So I'm a very visual kind of person, and I can relate everything to bhajan. So there is a bhajan, probably many of you know, Ajanu Bahum Aravind Netram. Ajanu Bahum. Imagine 60-foot figure. No, like just Ajanu Bahum, like big shoulders. If you have to have big shoulders, you have to have the height also, right? So imagine a 60-foot broad Lord Rama. Swami says Rama was Ajanu Bahum. Do you know? He used to, when he stands, Sita was like so tiny. So I always have that Ajanu Bahum Aravind Netram, the most beautiful, loving, lotus-eyed Rama. I have this picture in my mind, then automatically I know where I stand. The moment we are able to compare ourselves to this greater, higher self, it just puts us in the correct mental space that we have to be in. So in any time, it happens to me even now, and I'm sure it happens to many of you who are singing bhajans. Any time you're able to observe that your mind is telling you, oh my God, Ramya, Rukmani, Nirmala, you're doing a fantastic job. That is the time to remember Ajanu Bahum. He is there. He is there. So I'm not... I was just saying because it came naturally. I think I'm accepting Nirmala. I'm not pointing to you. So that is one thing that I use personally. So you can pick anybody.
Very grounded, isn't it?
Correct. That helps you keep grounded. So we'll go to the... So again, when we are discussing this impact of bhajans, I'm sure there are millions of different impacts that a bhajan can have, and these are something that's common for both of us, like we were like
yes.
Very I don't know what the...
It has impacted us personally.
To the max.
And I'm sure if we ask each and every one of you, you can have like 5 slide decks full of impacts.
Yeah.
But I don't think we'll have the entire day. So I think this is something that few of, unpacks that we have, but I'm sure there is much more to it.
Yeah, so the second one, Swami says, devotional singing demonstrates, so you need to, this is a quote from Swami, you need to watch to the words that he's using. He says, devotional singing demonstrates oneness with myriad throats uttering the name of the God, name of the Lord, whatever, one of the two. Yeah? So, bhajan singing should demonstrate oneness. It should never separate us from the next person who is sitting behind us or who is sitting like 4 rows behind us. So that is the only thought I personally have. I'll say, oh Swami, please make sure I am able to, gel well with this group today. Because every bhajan session, you'll have different set of people coming or the same set as well. But whatever, it doesn't matter who is singing with you in the bhajan. But it is that collective journey, that oneness. That was the important impact that I had.
Interesting, because that if you imagine collectively singing Srinivasa Govinda, Sri Venkatesha Govinda, imagine hundreds of people together, and it can bring that, as the sister was saying, you are the same as the guy next to you. It brings that togetherness collectively to pour out to him.
Yes.
Beautifully said, sister. Yeah.
And the other factor in that picture you can see, oneness is why they are all holding hands, right? But can you see that another hand that's kind of protecting them? That is his hand. Yeah? So I did have a personal experience to share, but if we have time later, we'll get back to it because that is not important. I'm sure all of you have your own experiences to share. We will move ahead soon.
So the next one is, bhajans should promote equanimity within us. It does not matter whether I'm singing bhajans for 30 years, 20 years. When calamity strikes, how are we approaching? I'll narrate a very small incident, short incident. It's very important. When we were, several years ago, we were in San Diego. And that was the first day when we arrived at Dr. Sandwei's home, who many of you may know or may not know, who's been a long-standing devotee of Swami. And we went, and my wife and I, we drove our car, and their house is on the top of a hill. So the bhajans have started. The moment bhajan started, we were late, and we couldn't find a parking spot, and we parked our car at a higher elevation. And we went into the bhajans. We finished the bhajans. That was our first day. And we finished the bhajans. We left. We came to our car or van, and I had my handbrake in the van. And I couldn't know how to release it because it's not getting released. And I went inside. I asked Dr. Sandwei's. I just said, can anyone help? And then quickly, after the bhajans are over, he came outside and he started to help. And while he was releasing the handbrake, the vehicle started to move from a higher elevation to a lower elevation.
Not only Subbu, the vehicle was moved by the bhajans.
The vehicle was moved by the bhajans. And the surprising thing is, as it moved, there were cars parked on either side. It went, and out of all the cars, it went and hit Dr. Sandwei's car. And it went in an angular trajectory, and we were there witnessing this, my wife and I, we were like, we didn't have any words. Instantly, he told us, maybe you and I have a karmic connection, Subbu. And believe me, brothers and sisters, at that time, I couldn't even laugh, because here is a calamity that happened, and instantly he said, I'm so sorry, Subramanian. I said, why are you asking? You're here to help us. And he said, no. I came to help, but this problem happened. But you know what? Swami might have avoided something for you and me. That's why he did it. But brothers and sisters, the most important thing is when calamity strikes us, it is okay to say after 5 hours. It is okay to say, yes, all these words. But at that strike of the hour, if we are able to bring out that equanimity, that is what bhajans can do internally. It does not come in one day. It does not come in 1 month. And when we went to his wife, she also said, "Oh, honey, everything is okay for you as long as nobody is hurt. Maybe Swami avoided." And instantly Swami acknowledged it, that something bigger was supposed to happen that he avoided. But how we perceive things, day to day we have subjected to so many things. This is one important aspect that Bhajans should bring.
Yeah, the next one, this is my favorite, and I think it's Subbu's favorite to me. Everything is our favorite, but you'll keep listening to me using that same word again because I'm super excited. Radiate love and happiness. So let's say we are in a bhajan session. This happens to me. There's a beautiful bhajan that's all our beautiful bhajans, but this is again something that struck me. Anandamaya Bhagavan, He Premamaya Bhagavan. You just heard this bhajan. Now we are stepping out of the bhajan hall. I had a small son. Now he has grown up, but he's still same annoying. When we step out of the bhajan hall, he will do something which will just raise my temper. And at that time I have to remember, oh my God, I just sang, Swami, that you are the embodiment of bliss. You are the embodiment of love. And I cannot even hold that thought, that feeling for a minute. Immediately I burst. So that is one thing that I always remember. That is one bhajan that will kind of bring me back to the zone. And there is one more bhajan which always comes to my mind. So, Sai Om, Sai Om, Sai Om, Tan Man Pran Me Sai Om. So we have said, hey Swami, you are in my body, you are in my heart, you are in my breath. After saying everything, now Swami, poor Swami, imagine his situation. All through that bhajan, 1 hour, you said, Swami, you are this, you are this. So he came and sat everywhere. Now he has filled you with bliss and happiness. Now the moment you step out, you're like, psh, you kind of blow him off. Right? That's not what has to be done. So that is one impact that bhajan does to me. After every bhajan session, I'm still working on it. I'm not there yet, but I'm sure I will get there.
So I think what sister is saying is everything is aspirational also, because we have a target to achieve, that we know this is the goal that Swami has set the bar very high for us. That many times it happened for us when we come back from, my wife and I, we used to talk about something going into bhajans. But when we come out, that happiness, if it's not there inside you, it automatically radiates quickly, and then it'll be a totally different conversation. How many of us have experienced that? Bhajans can really, really make an impact. Nama Sankirtan has that power.
Try going into a bhajan session very angry, very grumpy.
Yes.
Observe. I'm not kidding. Observe what happens. At the end of the bhajan, see what has happened to that feeling. Are you still that angry? Has it come down a little bit?
Which is so important to our next point, because ultimately all of these, what we are doing is, am I a better version, V1 yesterday? Am I V2? Is V2 better than V1? Ultimately what Swami wants is transformation. We can take any bhajans or any service activities, anything can we do to connect to him. But in fact, to a group of boys, Swami, the boys said, oh, I'm doing bhajan, Swami, I'm doing service. Swami listened to all of this. He says, have you seen any change in you? This is the only line that he asked. Emi marpu ochinda. Because it is super important. It is not important to see 20 years of 30 years of bhajans. What change does it trigger? Does it radiate love and happiness? Does it provide equanimity? And in fact, in our next clip, you will see Swami talking about this, and he says what is important to him. It's a very short clip. Let's listen to Swami.
Yes.
మీరు చాలా దూరం నుంచి వచ్చినటువంటి భక్తులు,
devotees who have come from long distance,
ఈ ప్రేమతో మీరు ఇక్కడికి వచ్చారు.
you have come here with the devotion
శ్రద్ధాభక్తితో మీరు చూస్తున్నారు.
and you have been showing all things.
దినముల నుంచి మీరు కాచుకొని,
you have been waiting.
స్వామి యొక్క ప్రేమతత్వాన్ని మీ హృదయంలో నింపుకొని పోవాలి.
You should go filling your hearts with love of Bhagavan and return.
ఫుల్గా నింపుకోవాలి.
Fill your heart.
ఇది మర్చిపోయేదంటే ఒక విధమైనటువంటి పరివర్తన రావాలి.
By the time you return, there should be transformation.
కనుకనే ఐ వాంట్ ఓన్లీ ట్రాన్స్ఫర్మేషన్, నాట్ డివోషన్.
Bhagavan wants transformation, not mere devotion.
డివోషన్ వాట్ ఇస్ డివోషన్?
What is devotion?
డివోషన్ తాత్కాలికమైనటువంటి.
Devotion is only temporary.
ట్రాన్స్ఫర్మేషన్ ఇస్ పర్మనెంట్.
Transformation is permanent.
దాన్ని మనం కోరుతూ రావాలి.
And we should work for that.
ఆ దివ్యత్వంలో మన జీవితాన్ని అంకితం చేయాలి.
We have to dedicate our life towards this end of divinity.
If this does not inspire us, what else would? He says devotion is temporary, transformation is permanent. So, with this word in mind, let's finish this segment. And I know we're
Running
late.
Sorry.
We will end segment 1 here. So, brother, in terms of logistics wise, how many minutes do we have before we start?
Yeah, we'll do a 10-minute break.
Yeah, and this break, again, I want to remind everybody, today is a special day. We started with, we sanctify. So it's a day that we are going to sanctify. Please avoid talking if you can. Try to stay in this zone. Let's experience what it takes to be in this stillness.
Yes, and imagine all your worries, everything that you have, name, fame, position, everything, set it aside. Let's just be with Swami and imagine he will inspire your thought. And we have an activity coming up as well.
Yes, enjoy your stretch break. It's only for the body, not for the mind. So now we are going to have an SSC segment also. Sorry, children, you were asked to leave at 10:50 for your chai. You lost the chance. So we are going to the session. But sorry, if anybody wants to take a water break, restroom break, please do. And then we will have a short SSC session, and Brother Subbu will resume the adult session after the break, and I will come and join. Sairam.
Sairam, can we assemble here back at 11:30? That'd be great. And for the SSC as well, 11:30 is okay? Or okay, 11:25 for SSC kids in the Founders Hall. Sarah.
that it's not packing your water bottle, suitcase, nothing like that. So let's not think about those lines. Think along the lines of bhajan preparation. Imagine, Swami is coming this Sunday for your bhajan session, and you are signed up. Whether you're a lead follower, it really does not matter. Because only in Sai Bhajans you'll have lead and follow both. If it is 3-minute bhajan, 50% lead sings, 50% follower sings. Where in the world you'll see? Because everybody gets a fair share of Sai. So given that, let's wait for about 5 to 10 minutes, and you will discuss in your own groups, and there'll be one representative who will just summarize very quickly what they have talked in the group. Sai Ram. Three more minutes, please. Sai Ram. Are we ready? Okay. Yes. Sairam, let's have first group. Maybe you can.
If ladies are not ready, we can go.
Oh, okay. You want to start? Yeah. Yes. 1 second. Please wait for the microphone so that everybody can hear you.
What I will pack.
Yes.
First of all, my body, but thoughts, readiness, comfortable bhajan, complete concentration, courage, and unpack distraction, criticism, and judgmental.
Excellent. Judgmental, you onto others or others onto you? Both. Okay. All right. Thank you. Yes, the next group, please.
Sairam, for 3 things to pack is, one is accompany Swami with us all the time. And second is devotion and complete surrender, right? The third thing is practicing thoroughly, because Swami has said, whenever you sing bhajan, practice for 99 times, and then the 100th time you offer. So that is what is packing. Unpacking is definitely ego, that I'm singing,
right.
I'm offering, right? It's about we are offering, right? The second thing is let go of fear. I mean, that's very hard.
Right.
Third is feeling proud of ourselves that we are doing something. It's basically an offering.
But how do you let go of fear? Because you've practiced 99 times, right?
Right. I know that always happens.
Right. Because Swami gives the method, because limited practice will yield fear. If you make it a second nature, then the fear component is reduced. Yes. So you have the treasure hunt.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Saira. Okay. Maybe we'll have on the men's side one. Okay.
Sairam, the team came up with a few more packs. I think the sisters have already covered 2. Practice, one is understand the meaning of the bhajan, so that way the next thing is the feelings will come the right way.
Beautiful.
Right? And then devotion, so that it can be offered to him. It's just not singing, it's more of a, feelings that has to be bhavam, is what we said, has to be in the song, otherwise it's not an offering for him. That was the pack. And the unpack, I think we talked the ego or show off that I am a great singer, I can do nice gamakam, all this stuff should be left off. And then worries that we come win from external word, that has to be unpacked and offered to Swami and let him take care of whatever worries we come in. And also the second part to it is that worries of maybe I'll make a mistake while I'm singing. Also we discussed.
But this is all during the preparation phase.
It's
like a week before you're at home preparing or whatever.
No, this is even after the singing happens and something happens, the mic, we shut off something or frequencies don't align for a voice, so it happens. At the action, during action it happens.
But
that
strictly
also
during the preparation phase. So you're still in the you have not arrived at the center yet.
We're actually in unpack right now, so.
Oh, excellent.
Yeah. So we are in unpacking mode, and it says if anything goes wrong also during the bhajan, please don't worry too much about it. Leave it to God.
So fear.
Why fear? When I'm here, yeah. You're asking for the quote, or
No.
Why
I
fear?
asked worry, fear. It's not why fear, but worry, fear. What else you said? The
Ego show off.
Ego show off. Excellent.
Right.
Okay.
Sarah.
Thank you, brother. Let's also think through while we're saying why, because this is why these questions, because again, it resonates with all of us, because everybody in this hall have prepared or led, followed, being a part of anything, even a small flower offering is still an offering to Swami. Yes.
Sairam, thank you for the topic. Actually, never thought about this particular question can bring so many beautiful thoughts. But as we were listening, I think we really thought the paper got leaked because everything, everything that we were thinking was already said.
This is the disadvantage of going third or fourth.
I know. I know. But I think in terms of, so definitely preparation for bhajans. So in terms of packing, we'll prepare well. And sister said 99 times, absolutely. That's the benchmark. Or from Swami's perspective, that's a requirement. The second aspect is choose the bhajan depending on the audience, right, as part of the preparation. If you're doing home bhajans, the kind of bhajan that you would sing would be different because of the accompaniments of instruments, or it's a family bhajan compared to center. The third aspect is in terms of our own, understand the meanings of the bhajans, right, and that would, that you're planning to sing, because that would give us the bhavam which is required to connect with Swami as you are singing. Fourth, in terms of packing is, get that feeling. I also heard one of the brothers in the Bhajan workshop videos over YouTube saying, just look at Swami's video before, during the week or before coming, so that when you close your eyes and actually sing, you are remembering him in that form and associating with that meaning. So that's the packing aspect. Unpacking aspect, absolutely the judgment aspect of not just about others or about whether the Shruti is correct or not and the sound aspect of it, but about yourself also, right? Most of the time it's like, oh my God, I didn't give that gamaka, or that didn't work out the way it was supposed to be. So that is the judgment, not for others, but for yourself as well. The second thing is definitely keep the ego out. Make sure that you're not getting that feeling that, hey, you are the one singing. So it also needs practice to get it out.
How else can the ego manifest in bhajans? That's one aspect, right? I'm the one who's singing. How else can it manifest? Just thinking loud.
That is... But that's gratitude, right? I would say another form of ego is if somebody comes and says, hey, you did well. It's after bhajans, not part of the prep part. But again, if you get those kind of compliments a couple of times, the fourth time you sing, you want to get that as...
Yeah, it's very important point that you bring it up, because human mind is so programmed. 2 times when they do a pat on the back, 3rd time they sing, oh, nobody patted. So it is, and the worst part is while they are singing, all of these thoughts will go through also, which is not the right approach. I'm glad you brought it up, brother. Yeah.
And just one last point is distractions, right? We all get so much distracted about, again, means our own children, our own, as in people who you believe that you have the responsibility to get them disciplined by being here. I think that's the distraction. And by doing that, one, you're not enjoying the bhajans the way it is supposed to be. And sister had brought up the point that you come in with a lot of tensions and stress and a baggage just to, and you want to recharge yourself for the whole week as part of these bhajan sessions. You're not able to do that if you're getting distracted after every bhajan, or you're looking, oh, who is singing next, and is it really good? So I think all of those distractions we have to prep towards not getting into that mode, or try to bring it back every time we get distracted. But that's the last point.
But at home, what do you do to prep for that? Because you're still preparing, packing and unpacking. You've not arrived yet.
So again, this is...
Because the journey starts much earlier. Because it doesn't start, oh, when I enter the premises, I'm a Sai devotee. It is smaranai, like always constant chinta on.
Yeah, one thing is, when I know that I'm going to sing, I need to feel Swami in my heart. You have to continuously feel that. Unless you feel him, you don't get that sing. I'll give a small example. Like when we were making Bridge Across Time, the very first time, V. Kumar sang a song for that volume 1. That is, he gives the alap, Krishna, it goes that way. Then after that, I went and told him, like, sir, when you sing like that, Swami would come and stand in front of you listening to your song. He said, no, that's not correct. First, I have to feel him in my heart. then the voice will open up. So that is what basically you need to feel, okay, I'm singing, I'm offering to Swami, and I'm going to physically meet him. So once you start feeling that in your heart, automatically it opens up. So I think for me, preparation is that. The rest follows.
And to feel that, feeling Swami is so integral. I'll share one small thing that just came to my mind. A few years ago, when my son was very little, when he was 2-3 years old, we were ready to go for a bhajan. And I was, getting him ready to say, okay, he was crying and all of this. So I was buttoning his shirt and I said, don't cry, this person is coming, you will see them. And after I said all of this, he paused for a moment, he looked up and said, is Swami coming? And believe me or not, I don't think this is coming from the 2-3-year-old. This happened several years ago, he's now in college. But that message always is etched, because we oftentimes, we say, oh, I'll meet you in Bhajans, oh, I'll go there, oh, this person will come, that person will. But is Swami coming? When Swami comes, how will we be? How will our actions be? Will I be doing the actions that he would, if he is sitting there, how would I behave? I think as much as it's coming from a child, when we prepare at home, that having a feeling of you are going there, and one of the sisters mentioned about accompanying Swami, right? Because you're taking him with you, and he's showing up for a bhajan session. How should we be? So anyway, I think that was a very important point. Thank you, brothers. Let's move to the one on the women's side, maybe, one more. Yes, please.
I'm going to be brief because it's more or less everything that everybody has said.
But it's okay. You can share.
Okay.
It's important.
Okay. To pack, we said we'll pick a song first. Appropriate song. And 2, we'll focus and concentrate on the song. And 3, we'll pick a leader to sing. That's what we thought.
I'm sorry, pick?
Pick a leader to sing the song.
Okay.
And then unpack would be ego, anger, competitiveness.
Competitiveness. Oh,
Yes.
okay. Thank you. That was wonderful.
That was very repetitive.
So anger during the preparation?
I guess not carrying it with you. Not carrying the anger with you, but unpacking it.
Okay.
Before and after, I guess. I don't know.
Thank you. Oh, yes.
Approach with humility, regularity of practice, so many times, like 99 times, quality and bhava and love in the singing. Those are the packing. Ego, worry about name and fame are the unpacking. And the one thing that I do is to get out of the fear, you look constantly at Swami's feet. If I do that, then I am free from any worry or any kind of aberrations that might come.
Approach with humility.
Humility.
And can you expand on that, Uncle?
Approach with humility means I am a beginner in this journey. That kind of thinking in my mind, so that I am not trying to be distinct.
Okay. Excellent. Thank you. We have 2 more groups or 1 more group? Oh, yes, please.
So 3 things that we would unpack. First one is sadhana,
Unpack?
practicing the
Unpack.
pack.
Okay, pack. Okay.
Sadhana, which is practicing the bhajan. Bhava, our feeling and love for Swami, and the last one is surrender, our surrender to Swami.
Excellent.
We would unpack number 1, all our worries, stress, anxiety, and then number 2 would be our unnecessary desires, and 3 would be any kind of expectations that we have in our mind.
Beautiful. Expectations towards the bhajan as outcome or in general?
No, in general,
In
any
general.
kind of expectations in our life,
Okay.
what we want to do, those kind of things.
Thank you. Yes.
Picking the song correctly, doing it with love, practicing before coming to the center, not doing any bad, not saying bad words or doing anything bad to anybody.
Wonderful. Thank you.
There was one thing which my team told me
Yes.
to tell and I missed it. Is sing through me is what we
Sing
pray to
through me,
Swami.
you pray to Swami.
Sorry, I just wanted to add one more point.
Yes,
in terms of unpacking, one thing that for me personally, what happens is, that, as we know, as you said, that genie going up and down the pole, it is always going up and down the pole. At home, everywhere you look around. So before coming to the center, let the genie, because it's trying to reach out and grab you, so let that genie be on the pole and say, I'll deal with this after I come back. So I'm leaving all this stuff home or wherever, before going to the bhajan. And believe it or not, after you come back from the bhajan, the genie is not going to bother you because there are new ways of the problems have been solved. So that's one thing I try to unpack, that I'm not going to take this to the center. Now it's not genie's time, it's Swami's time. So.
Oh, wonderful. No, I think that's, it's wonderful, sister, while you were gone, all of these points that everybody resonated, kind of leads us perfectly into our next segment.
Ah, fantastic.
Because we're going to see what it takes for the preparation. And let's start with Swami's clip, and then we'll jump on to
భూమి అడుగు భాగంలో జలం ఉంటుండాది.
There's water underneath the earth.
కానీ అడుగు భాగంలో ఉంటున్నటువంటి జలము నీకు రావాలంటే ఏం చేయాలి?
How to draw water?
ఆ జలమునకు నీకు మధ్యలో మట్టి అడ్డంగా ఉంటుండాది.
There is mud between you and the water underneath.
ఆ మట్టియే ఈ జగత్ వ్యాపారంలో, ఈ జగత్ వ్యవహారంలో అవన్నీ తీసివేయాలి.
This is the mud, the worldly fancies which have got to be removed.
ఆ మట్టిని తీసివేస్తే తప్పక అడుగు భాగంలో ఉన్నటువంటి జలం మనకు ప్రాప్తిస్తుంది.
When you remove the whole mud of the world, you will get the water beneath. Otherwise,
దాని లోపల బోర్వెల్ ఒకటి వేసిందంటే,
when once you install borewell there,
చక్కగా కొట్టి 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 జలమున్న స్థానానికి వెళ్ళి అడుగునున్నటువంటి జలమును పైకి తిప్పిస్తుంది.
it will go dive deep and draw water out of the bottom.
అది ఏ నామస్మరణ.
That is singing of the name of
నాలుక
God.
పైన నామం అనేటువంటి బోరువెల్లి వేస్తే హృదయంలో ఉండేటువంటి ఆనందము నీకు పైకి ఊపికిపోతుంది.
Therefore, if you install the borewell of God's name, you can draw water out of your heart.
కనుకనే నామమును నాలుక పైన నాట్యం ఆడించాలి.
Let the name of the Lord sing on your tongue.
So, as Swami perfectly explained how to derive that joy within our hearts, which is what Sister was mentioning earlier, it is so important that you feel Swami, as Brother Murli said, feeling Swami inside and calling out his name. With that, let's focus on the next segment. And as you see, all of these people, we've had a collective thoughts of what needs to be packed, unpacked, for whether you're a lead singer, followers, instrumentalist, devotional coordinator, it doesn't matter what your role is. So we are going to cover the next segment, most of the things that you have already resonated, but let's start with the first one. Sister, this is, whether you're a lead or a follow singer, what is the most important thing?
See, one thing, before I get to this, what I wanted to remind everybody is those were the different roles involved in a devotional singing session. So it's not targeted towards them. We just wanted to show that without those roles, there is no bhajan session. If you didn't have a lead singer, if you don't have somebody to follow the bhajan, instrumentalists, we can play it by the ear. Everybody is an instrumentalist because we all can clap. So in that sense, even without instrumentalists, you cannot complete that bhajan session. Similarly, devotional coordinator or bhajan trainer, whatever you name it. So what brother and I, when we were discussing, the first thing for all of us to remember is, this is a service and not a show. I think that's the primary thing to remember as part of the preparation. I am serving the Lord. I'm given the opportunity to serve the Lord, and I should not make it all about me. Because Swami is giving this opportunity to experience oneness with Him. Sometimes in my head, it kind of what it does is, it wants to pull me away from Him and be in a group setting and then stand on top of everybody, like even higher than Swami's chair, I want to be there. I mean, I have had this thought multiple times. Then again, I'll remember a bhajan session, no matter what your role is, it is a service activity, because this is a journey where all of us are traveling together. It's not a one-man show.
It is so true, right? Because Swami, in his own words, he says, imagine hundreds and hundreds of people are following the bhajan and they close their eyes. They are connecting to their own Ishtadevatas or whatever form they choose to. At that time, if we pick something super complex bhajan for them not to be able to follow, how difficult are we doing for them? And he says, if you are taking section of people closer to me, then you are a singer. If you are taking people away from me, then you are a sinner. Swami says there's a big difference between singer and a sinner. As sister said, your own ego. Oh, I want to make sure my talent is shown. I want to make sure I deliver the best bhajan. I'm going to crack it, right, with the best gamaka possible. But guess what? It becomes kirtana. Everybody will say, wow, what a great bhajan. Right?
Yeah. Nobody will feel the oneness at all. I don't know if you have observed it. I have observed it many times. And Swami shows me right there. The moment I feel that, oh my God, this bhajan, I rocked it today. The thought comes, and the next bhajan, everybody will be in unison, at peace. Immediately it will be like, reminder. In your bhajan, only you were thinking that you achieved something. But the next bhajan, he will just get you grounded. Because that's the whole point.
In fact, in a discourse in 1980s, I'll use Swami's words here. Swami says, it's very powerful. Bhajans must be a felt experience. Do not sing with one eye effect of song on others and another eye on the effect that it has on God. Attitude of humility is needed. It's not an exhibition of talent. And finally he says, your music must please God and not your fans. Because only he can put it this way, because he quotes this word called fans. Because we always think, oh my goodness, how is that? This bhajan, oh, this gamaka, unbelievable gamaka I had. Great. As sister said, will you enjoy that oneness? If we sing Rama, Krishna, Ram Ram Bhajaman Hare Hare, everybody can follow. Likewise, right, the selection of bhajans, which leads to our next topic, it's a group sadhana. As sister was saying, it's whether you're a lead, follow, devotional coordinator, whatever your role is, instrumentalist, it is a collective sadhana. It is not one-man show. Because that unity of oneness, it's not one person singing, I get the oneness. It is collective, hundreds of people together.
And that should reflect in the bhajans you pick for that session, right? When we were discussing this, one thing I remembered from our one of our recent practice sessions. So we do monthly blissful bhajan sessions. As part of that, one of our brothers had picked a bhajan. It's a beautiful bhajan. I'll sing a couple of lines. I'm still learning that bhajan because I love that bhajan. I fell in love with that bhajan, but I don't think I'm ready to offer it yet. But I'll share that bhajan. Krishna Keshava Gopi Madhava Damodara Narayana Nanda Nandana Induvadana Chandana Narayana Krishna Keshava Gopi Madhava Damodara Narayana. So, Subbu is sitting with the harmonium there. We are all ready for the following. This brother sang the first line. We kind of managed it. Krishna Keshava Gopi Madhava Damodara. Okay, somehow we got it. The next line he started. Nanda Nandana. We got that. Induvadana Bhakta Chandana Nara. We got the Narayana. In between 4 words we didn't get. So what happened in the following was we all sang Nanda Nandana Narayana.
Does that serve the purpose?
No.
Because hey, we like the tune. Oh no.
It's a Namavali bhajan.
Yeah.
What are you saying? It's all Krishna, Rama, Govinda, Dama. You can't remember those 4 names. But that is important. It is not whether you like that bhajan. It's a beautiful raga, beautiful Namavali and everything.
This is beautiful because one point that here we should stress on is I like a bhajan does not mean I want to follow this. I want to lead this bhajan. Because it's not your liking. Again, it's a group sadhana. Like can everyone follow? To this bhajan, we were scrambling where to put that note. Oh, half the time oh my God, that fear aspect, right? Because we didn't know this bhajan. Somebody brought up, excellent. Because the fear comes in because I don't know where the landing notes are. And then before you realize 4 minutes are over. Oh, finished. Oh, this is an Namavali bhajan. But yeah, I did some humming to the tune.
We parked it for later though. We still have it on our cards.
Correct.
Not yet.
But again, there is a learning aspect of bhajan. And Swami never stopped that part. But I think when you're delivering in a bigger congregation, we have to be mindful of everyone around us. Can everyone join? Can they close their eyes and can they figure? And then can they freely sing the bhajan?
Yeah, and one more thing I want to add just to complete that story is that brother, he sang beautiful though. I mean, I was actually able to connect it, but it's just that I was not able to follow it. So when we finished that practice, he said, it's okay if we don't sing this bhajan. That was beautiful. I said, it takes a big heart to say that.
Yeah, I think because that's where each of us give up our own priorities that is not important, and then we're going to see how in a group, because there is the individuality is destroyed. What is good for the group, I will do. In fact, when we're able to do that, we can pour our hearts to him collectively. In fact, Swami gives again a story of Chinnakatha of Tansen's story, and it was Akbar, who is the ruler of a kingdom. He had Tansen as his music in his kingdom, music minister. And then when Akbar and Tansen went out, he saw a beggar singing unbelievably great. And then it brought tears to Akbar's eyes. The way Swami puts it is, Akbar said, he called Tansen and said, oh my God, how come this guy who's sitting on the street and beggar, he sings, it brought tears to me, but you're singing every day and it does not bring tears to me. And he said, Tansen said, he's
singing for the Lord.
For the Lord, the Bhadsha of the world. But I'm singing for the Delhi's Bhadsha. This is how it is. Because every time when we sing for someone else, it will not pierce through. When we sing for God, when we don't feel that, it will not be, energized. So those are the two important things. And moving on, we touched upon this aspect. And maybe, sister, you could want to stress this because it's a very important segment.
So in this particular segment, we wanted to focus on humility from the lead singer's or an instrumentalist perspective, lead singer mostly. So what do we mean by humility when you are leading a bhajan, right? For that, I will use a bhajan. I think that will kind of put the context easily instead of using words. Whatever you give, I'll start. No, it's high. Ishwaramba Nandana जगत विदाता Ishwaramba Nandana, O son of Ishwaramba, Jagat Vidata, you're the protector of the universe. Look at how much things he has to do. We are householders or like professionals working for office. We have to handle household chores. We have to take care of kids, or we have to take care of our work stuff. But imagine the Lord of the universe. He has to do billion things, and on top of that we add more complication. We test him periodically. We like testing him. He left everything to just come and sit in front of us for a bhajan. This is not to say that he's the rest of the time he's nowhere, he disappeared. But at least during a devotional singing session, because this is a devotional singing workshop, we are kind of insisting this from the perspective of a bhajan session. He is coming in and sitting in front of you, and you want to think that you are somebody great, and you want to come and sit right in just before your bhajan and leave after your bhajan, or do all that kind of things. He left everything. How many things he could have been doing, right? Helping thousands of his devotees. He left everything, and he's coming and sitting and giving that time for you. And at that time, you just miss that opportunity entirely and think of this little self.
And in fact, we were just, while discussing this, we thought, we give Swami only 1 hour. Swami, this 1 hour is a bhajan session. Whatever experience you want to give me right here. Because after this, I have to go talk to this person. But Swami, I know you have so many things, but only 1 hour, Swami. Because I have, towards
I'm
the
very
end,
busy.
Swami, I am busy. But I know you're busy, but I'm busier. And this is what we limit Swami to this 1 hour session and ask him to give experiences. And as Sister said, it's because it's something that we take him throughout. And when he is able to remove everything else and sit there, day and morning bhajan, evening bhajan, despite everything, why can't us? And in that, from a humility standpoint, at that time, if we're focusing on something else, how tough it is for us to lose that opportunity.
Now imagine Swami sitting there. He knows everything, right? He knows what goes inside your head. What is going to go inside your head also he knows. Imagine he's sitting there and he's thinking, Ayyo, how much should I do? What else can I do to this person? I really want to, use them well, and this is all I can get in return. No,
In
that
fact,
is such a
very, very tough situation, right? In fact, I'm recollecting an experience this was shared by another brother, but it got etched into my mind. Once Swami was talking to a primary school boys, and he just played a gimmick to say, whatever I ask, say no, not good. And of course the boys are going to say, yes, Swami will say it. And then there was an All India artist, I believe he came. He was a phenomenal singer, and he sang. And Swami asked him how he's doing. And then he turned towards the boys and he said, how was the bhajan today? And promptly the boy said, no, not good, Swami. And then he turned towards this man and he said, why are the boys saying it's not good? I mean, he's an accompanied artist. I mean, he's an accomplished artist. And then, you know what his response was? He says, Swami, our practice karta hai, Swami. And he bent towards Swami with reverence. And Swami showed to everybody, he said, Dekho Ra, this is how you should be. And Swami could have done in a room somewhere else and created this. But he wanted to do it exactly in front of everybody to show humility doesn't mean you have achieved something to the point that we discussed earlier, because it should come. Because imagine we are there. How come, I sang, little boys are saying it's not good. Our ego shoots up. So it's something that take away that we are not great when it comes to Swami, because he is the greatest. He gives an opportunity to sing his name, which is how our feeling should be every session.
True. We'll move on to the next, which he already touched upon it, the importance of practice and preparation. And I was just telling our SSC children a few minutes ago, I was insisting that if you want to sing a bhajan, how many times did I ask you to practice? 100 times at a minimum before you can even think about offering in a bhajan session. And the reason for that is, let's again, because we are talking about the story of a traveler, I thought I'll use an analogy from that itself. I don't know how it applies to children, but you kind of try to go along, okay? So let's say you're a new driver. You just learned driving a car. When you are driving, and I will tell you what I focused on. I'm sure many of us could relate to it. When I was new to driving, every time I will be holding the steering as if, that entire car's weight I am holding. And I will not even look here or there. Always like that. Yeah? And all the time, like a complete fear, terrorized. Oh, that car. Oh my God, this car. Oh, what to do? And that too in US. I'm not even driving in India. I'm driving in US where, people are sensible. They follow lane discipline. They do everything. They are better drivers than me. And all along I'm thinking, he's going to come. He's going to come. He will not even think about coming to my lane. Right? So, initially, when I was very new to driving, I was always stressed. You can't imagine. And many times I used to think, probably I should stop driving. Let my husband do the job. Anyway, I married him for some reason, so let him do this job. So, no kidding. He's more than that. Sorry, Swami. But yeah. So, when that thought comes to me, I'm like, no. I'm going to keep working on it because I have to do this. And now, today when I'm driving, I may not be the bestest of the driver, but still, while driving, I can enjoy what's happening around, right? When I'm passing through a road, I can, enjoy the scenery around me. I can enjoy the bhajan that's playing in my car. So that's what practice does. When you are practicing for a bhajan, the first 100 times you will have that fear, you have that stress because you are still needing that training wheel, right? But if you have practiced it multiple times, you are in a good headspace, then it is very easy to enjoy because only at that time you can have that happiness or joy inside you. Otherwise, you will always find only fear and stress.
That's beautiful, right? Because I think initially, if you notice this, initially, of course, we are bound by, in the bhajan example too, because we want to learn the bhajan and then do it over and over until we see around and drive. We should be able to experience joy or the happiness of God inside of us. The prep is so important. But while doing the prep, it's so important that we focus on the devotion aspect and not emotions. So while we stress on this topic, what is devotion and not emotion? Because Swami says, it is so important that we don't focus on, I have this trouble, I have this trouble, I have this trouble, I have this trouble. Oh, Swami, you're thinking, you're shedding tears out of your own laundry list of items. You come to bhajan session, Swami, I have A, B, C, D, please make sure you fill up all these. But that is not devotion. Swami says, despite all my problems, you gave me an opportunity to sing at your lotus feet. What a great gratitude. Swami, thank you. With that feeling, if we immerse ourselves, that automatically transforms into bhava segment.
Yeah, so a couple of things that came to my mind when I was contemplating on this devotion and not emotion is, in my family, some people do, and I've seen many people do. In bhajan, they get so excited, they'll be like that. Swami says you have to clap and we know why he is asking us to clap, right? He's asking us to clap so that all other unwanted thoughts can just fly away from my head. But the way I am clapping, everyone's head, the birds will start flying left and right. So, we have to contain that emotion, use that balance. Don't, challenge everybody's eardrums by just clapping that hard. To me, that's what emotion is. Don't start playing the thalam like that animated way.
There are bhajan examples also, right?
Yeah.
Like Jagatpate Hari Sai Gopala. And we would, just because out of pure emotion, we'll go fourth, fifth speed. Just because we have 5 instrument players, we go crazy. Because that is our emotional aspect going on and on. Because there is a discipline also.
Yeah, so we talked about this loud, doing everything loud, right? I'll share one experience that I went through. There was in our center, there was some bhajan session, I don't remember what. I was supposed to sing a bhajan. I have to preface it. I had a dream prior to that. I will not get into the dream, but I had a dream. I didn't remember what the dream was, but I knew it was a Swami's dream. That's all I remembered. So I go to the bhajan session, and I had given that bhajan that I wanted to sing. And then I started singing, Jai Sai Ram, Jai Sai Ram, Premavatara, Sai Avatara. The moment I said, Premavatara, Sai Avatara, I just, I gave in for that emotion. The reason being, I just remembered the dream. In that dream, I was singing this bhajan in front of Swami in an interview room and nobody else. He is just listening to me. I'm sitting so close to him, singing. He is enjoying. I remembered that and I started crying. So this happened, and the next line I could not, and the instrumentalist took over. The harmonist, they kind of filled the lines for me. And after the bhajan was over, this overpowering thought came to me. I said, Swami, I ruined the journey for the entire crowd today. Just because my emotion just took over. We are not saying we should not have the bhava. The bhava is having and believing and experiencing it. But at the same time, we need to remember that we have a bigger responsibility. And you cannot have feeling in a bhajan if you have not again practiced.
Yes, that's the prefetching part of bhava. Bhava is something, a very important segment of, because Bhagavan is represented as Bhava Priya in 108 names that we chant. He is the embodiment of bhava. Only through bhava we can move him. But how do we develop this? And if we don't practice it 100 times, it does not become your second nature for you on that day to think about Narayana, because you'll think about only, the notes on the Narayana, not Narayana himself. For that to happen, the prefetch starts much earlier, the packing phase, which means when we start doing it, in fact, that intensity, Swami gives an example of, not Swami, Paramahamsa, I think there was a devotee disciple coming to him and he says, I could not feel God at all. And he says he took him to a river, dipped him inside the water, and he thought, okay, he's doing some exercise. But he never took his hand off. And he's like, what is he doing? He's trying to kill me or what? But he said, he was like, oh my God, and he shouted, he couldn't do anything. Finally, he pulled him out. He said, I said, what are you trying to do? And he said, how, inside water, what were you thinking? He said, I couldn't think of anything else other than just gasping for life. That is the only thought. He said, wanting God should be that intense. Otherwise, there is no way bhava can be, because your intensity should be high. And wanting Him, because Swami says we pine for Teslas, we pine for great aspirations in our life. iPhones, iPhone 15, but we never pine for God. What does it mean? That is something that each individual should connect in terms of love for God.
And bhava, or the feeling, right? Swami says the 4 important ingredients for a bhajan is raga, tala, bhava and laya. Okay, raga is the tune, tala is a beat, then bhava is the feeling, laya is the rhythm. Like you can't sing one line in one speed and then second line, because I'm feeling more emotional. I'm like, I have a lot of bhava, just, I need to slow it down. We can't do all that. So these are 4 key ingredients to remember while offering a bhajan for Swami. And the important thing is the raga, tala, laya. You can get it by practice. You practice 1,000 times, it will automatically come. You don't have to be trained musician or anything. But bhava, you can never add bhava. Right?
It's so true, right? Because this is something that we individually collect. The love for Swami, in fact, Swami once said, that's the only thing that he cannot make a devotee love him. That is a devotee's job. The love for God, we have to connect. In fact, Brother Murli and I were just discussing it this morning. This love for God is something each of us have to find. The path is very different for each of us.
Yeah. So you can't add bhava, but it has to come from within. You have to experience it. So every time we sing a bhajan, it doesn't matter whether you are leading a bhajan, following a bhajan. It is everyone's responsibility to make sure. So because I've seen many of our fellow Sai brothers and sisters, I'm just following. It's okay. I won't come for the practice. I'm just following is the key for any bhajan session. How important it is for the lead singer to practice, the followers should practice. When you have a practice session, if the lead singer is expected to be there at some time, the following singers also have to be there at that time. There's no negotiation. Again, Sankirtan.
Sankirtan. It's not Kirtan versus Sankirtan. And also, the most important thing, all of these that we're doing, whatever your role is, the bhajans are for our own selves. We're not, if you're a bhajan teacher, you're not trying to teach bhajan to someone else. We are learning. I'll give a small example. It so happened when my mother passed away 5 years ago, I had a dream of Swami prior to her passing away, and he told in Tamil, "Na unakku kudukka vendiyathu romba nariya irukku," meaning what I have to give you is a lot more. But he had a tear in his eye, but he held my hand, and this is how the dream finished. And 15 days later, on the day actually that my mom passed away, it was a very different experience through bhajans. On that day, the way Swami played is, there was another brother who was supposed to do a bhajan practice in our center. And he called me at the 9th hour, and he said, 11th hour, whatever. He said, "Brother, can you do the bhajan practice instead of me? I got stuck somewhere." I said, "Okay, sure." So I went there to the bhajan practice, and I'm with the harmonium. There are a bunch of people, and one sister sang this bhajan. Sai Mata Pita Dina Bandhu Saka. This bhajan, and everybody is familiar with this. As they were singing the higher portion, Mujhe Shakti Do Mere Sai Shiva, that line, the sister sang, Mujhe Shakti Do Mere Sai Shiva.
Same scale.
Same scale. Then I said, no, sister, this is not the way it goes. I repeated, higher portion. And the sister sang again, lower portion. This went back and forth 6 to 7 times. I've never seen anything like this where I'm saying, this is not the tune. Then I didn't know what to do. And then again, repeatedly, the line that I was teaching, so-called teaching, was, Mujhe Shakti Do, Mujhe Shakti Do, Mujhe Shakti Do. As I was so-called teaching again, that exact very minute, my mom's prana left. And Swami made it so happen that, look, it is not for someone else you're doing, it is for your own self, Mudamate. You need that Shakti. You're not He provided a great space at that time so that you're so-called teaching, but this is for you. So whatever bhajans we are singing, whether you're a lead or a follow, bhajans are only for our cleansing and our steadiness of mind. So we'll move on. Now, the next segment, right? You wear a devotional coordinator hat.
Yeah. Yes. I'm sure all of us wear different hats, and one of the hat was a devotional coordinator hat. And I think that was very, very important, because Swami taught me so many values through that. Because only when you're put in the fire, you know how you need to, act. It's very easy. I can sit here, you can sit there and say, oh my God, it's all about humility. Whatever happens, it's Swami's will. It's very easy. When somebody will come and give a feedback to your face that, hey, you're a devotional coordinator, you organized this bhajan, what lineup? What is this? You did a horrible job. When they give that feedback, if we have to accept that and still with that same love, approach them again and ask them, uncle, you told that this bhajan didn't work very good, right? Now I have made this adjustment. How was this bhajan session? Did you like it? Is there something that you want me to do, right? Because it is all about unity. As a devotional, I'm not saying that if you're a member of the center, like unity doesn't matter. I'm saying that as a coordinator, when you are put in that shoe, the key element to remember is it's all about unity and cohesiveness. You have to keep your eyes and ears and mind and heart, everything open for feedback, criticism, you call whatever. At the end of the day, it is not that XYZ who is giving this feedback to you. Swami is speaking through them. Right? When Swami comes and says that, hey, this bhajan, it was wrong, you you should not have sung. Would I tell Swami, hey, what are you saying? I've been singing bhajans for 30 years. You're coming and giving me this feedback. I won't tell that, right? Similarly, so we have to remember that when you are the coordinator, it's all about unity more than the individual glorification. Because that kind of happens. Even in my center, it has happened to me also, and I see many people doing it. The glorification is, oh, Ramya is a fantastic singer. Wait for her bhajan today. Or, ayo, this person is starting. You give a scale, they'll start in all possible scales, every line. I've heard both these feedback. Both are fundamentally wrong because it is not about a single person. The only person, the one and only, I don't know if I can stress more than this, the one and only person that can be glorified in a devotional singing session is Swami and Swami alone. Nobody else deserves any glorification. But I'm not saying that you cannot appreciate anybody's effort. You can be happy, right?
Unity is something Swami stresses on that more and more because there was a one group, I believe, from the United States who went to see Swami to do a cultural program. And they waited for 10 days and Swami never approached him to approve them of performing. They came back very, very, kind of worried. And then they had a brainstorming meeting. What went wrong? So they were all sitting together. They were bringing, this, and they were raising different questions. And suddenly one guy walked in and he said, if you cannot have unity among yourselves, how do you expect Swami to do it? So that dawned like that. Because for him, it does not matter about the quality. He will take care of it. But if there is no unity, because for him, the journey is more important more than the goal. He will make things happen. In fact, he advised several of Sundaram boys to be together, boys. And he used to address as gang sometimes. Because group means division, gang is togetherness. And he says, learn bhajans from your elder brothers. This is how Swami will address. Because it's, you should have that elder brother or sister feeling, right? To learn from each other. And in the interest of time, we'll check with how much are we... Sure. If you want, maybe we'll come back.
We will resume from here.
Yeah.
We have few more important things to cover, but we will play.
We'll do it after post-lunch.
Yes, don't sleep. Eat well though.
Can we say Brahmapanam? Sure, before lunch.
Om Brahmarpanam Brahmahavir Brahmagno Brahmanahutam Brahmaivatena Gandhavyam Brahmakarma Samadhina Aham Vaishvanaro Bhutva Praninam Dehamashritah प्राणापानसमायुक्तः पचाम्यन्नं चतुर्विधम् ॐ शान्ति शान्ति शान्तिः.
Yeah, we'll assemble back here at 1:30. 1:30.
सत्यदेवाय धीमहि तन्नः सर्वः प्रचोदयात् साईश्वराय विद्महे सत्यदेवाय धीमहि तन्नः सर्वः प्रचोदयात् साईश्वराय विद्महे सत्यदेवाय धीमहि तन्नः सर्वः प्रचोदयात् साईश्वराय विद्महे सत्यदेवाय धीमहि तन्नः सर्वः प्रचोदयात् ॐ साईश्वराय विद्महे सत्यदेवाय धीमहि तन्नः सर्व प्रचोदयात् 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 साईश्वराय विद्महे सत्यदेवाय धीमहि तन्नः सर्व प्रचोदयात्
तत्सवितुर्वरेण्यं भर्गो देवस्य धीमहि धियो यो नः प्रचोदयात् तत्सवितुर्वरेण्यं भर्गो देवस्य धीमहि धियो यो नः प्रचोदयात् तत्सवितुर्वरेण्यं भर्गो देवस्य धीमहि धियो यो नः प्रचोदयात् तत्सवितुर्वरेण्यं
Hello. Sirom. Sirom testing. Sirom.
Testing, testing. 1, 2, 3.
राम हरे साई कृष्ण हरे सर्वधर्म प्रिय साई हरे
राम हरे साई कृष्ण हरे सर्वधर्म प्रिय साई हरे
राम हरे साई कृष्ण हरे सर्वधर्म प्रिय साई हरे
राम हरे साई कृष्ण हरे सर्वधर्म प्रिय साई हरे
अल्लाह ईश्वर साई हरे
अल्लाह ईश्वर साई हरे
गुरु नानक येशु बुद्ध हरे
नानक येशु बुद्ध हरे
ज़ोराष्ट्र महावीर साई हरे
साई हरे।
ओ बाबा सर्वधर्म प्रिय साई हरे।
बाबा सर्वधर्म प्रिय साई हरे।
राम हरे साई कृष्ण हरे सर्वधर्म प्रिय साई हरे।
राम हरे साई कृष्ण हरे सर्वधर्म प्रिय साई हरे।
अल्लाह ईश्वर साई हरे।
अल्लाह ईश्वर साई हरे।
गुरु नानक यीशु बुद्ध हरे।
नानक यीशु बुद्ध हरे।
जोराष्ट्र महावीर साई हरे।
जोराष्ट्र महावीर साई हरे।
सर्वधर्म प्रिय साई हरे।
बाबा सर्वधर्म प्रिय साई हरे।
ओ बाबा सर्वधर्म प्रिय साई हरे।
ओ बाबा सर्वधर्म प्रिय साई हरे।
राम हरे साई कृष्ण 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 हरे।
सर्वधर्म प्रिय साई हरे।
वनमाली राधा रमणा गिरिधारी गोविंदा।
वनमाली राधा रमणा गिरिधारी गोविंदा।
नीलमेघ सुंदरा नारायण गोविंदा।
नीलमेघ सुंदरा नारायण गोविंदा।
वनमाली राधा रमणा गिरिधारी गोविंदा।
वनमाली राधा रमणा गिरिधारी गोविंदा।
भक्त हृदय मंदारा बाणकोटि सुंदरा।
भक्त हृदय मंदारा भानुकोटि सुंदरा।
नंद नंद गोप वृंद नारायण गोविंदा।
नंद नंद गोप वृंद नारायण गोविंदा।
हे नंद नंद गोप वृंद नारायण गोविंदा।
नंद नंद गोप वृंद नारायण गोविंदा।
वनमाली राधा रमणा गिरिधारी गोविंदा।
वनमाली राधा रमणा गिरिधारी गोविंदा।
भक्त हृदय मंदारा बाणकोटि सुंदरा।
भक्त हृदय मंदारा भानुकोटि सुंदरा।
नंद नंद गोप वृंद नारायण गोविंदा।
नंद नंद गोप वृंद नारायण गोविंदा।
हरि हरि नारायण गोविंदा।
हरि हरि नारायण गोविंदा।
नारायण गोविंदा।
हरि हरि नारायण गोविंदा।
नारायण गोविंदा।
नारायण गोविंदा।
हरि नारायण गोविंदा।
नारायण गोविंदा।
साई नारायण गोविंदा।
साई नारायण गोविंदा।
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 हरि हरि नारायण गोविंदा।
हरि हरि नारायण गोविंदा।
हरि हरि नारायण 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 नारायण
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 नारायण नारायण नारायण Narayana, Narayana.
Narayana, 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 Narayana.
Narayana, 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 Narayana.
Narayana, 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 Narayana.
Hari Hari Narayana, 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 Narayana.
Hari Hari Narayana, 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 Narayana.
Neelamegha Sundara Narayana Govinda. Welcome back, everybody. After wonderful lunch, I know it's very hard, but we will try our best to make sure we're back to the zone, keeping Swami right in the center, not just in the center, but of our lives as well. So maybe Sister will continue what we were discussing before about the importance of the
I think we should, yeah. Even before that, yeah. The next one.
Okay, I think we talked about the unity and cohesiveness portion. Should we
One thing I wanted to add,
Yes.
Subbu, sorry, before
Yes,
we forget,
please.
because I forgot last time. So now with after lunch, I'm remembering. One important point which I wanted to share in this topic of unity is, when we talked about from the devotional coordinator's perspective, he or she will make sure it unites the Sai Center. The responsibility of unity and cohesiveness lies with every member as well. They have to stand with their bhajan coordinators or devotional coordinators to show that, we are here for you to, make this session more effective. So that is one point which
This is a very, very beautiful poem because it's not a one-way street. Because the devotional coordinator, imagine the things that he runs per week. There are so many other things, but his or her aim is also to present the best bhajan session for Swami. So it's not a one-person thought process. Everyone collective sadhana that we should all help that person as much as possible.
And my only desire is everybody in the center, right? At some point, we have to take this opportunity to serve Swami in a office bearer capacity, because that again tests our devotion and our love for him. So when you get the chance, when they ask, anybody wants to be an office bearer, everybody has to, really want to serve him in that capacity as well. Not because it gives you a crown or anything. It is just that it gives you the immense opportunity to be useful for the community and for everybody.
Yes. And also as a devotional coordinator, the way I've always perceived is, imagine this person trying to make sure there are collective people here, and his or her job is to make sure all these people are able to see Swami in their own vision. And then the devotional coordinator ducks himself or herself, because as long as they are able, he or she is able to take all of the people closer to Bhagavan, that's the only aim. And in that process, it's not one person bringing 1,000 people, but all the 1,000 people also aiding this person to make sure we get closer to Bhagavan. It's a very, very important aspect, because only through collective sadhana this happens. It is not one person trying to do the best role possible. In fact, Swami, to one of our friends, he quoted something very important. He says, when you come into the center, we just kind of start singing bhajans and say Om, 3 Oms, and if a new person comes in, he wouldn't have any idea about what is this about. Because then we have to announce, what are we singing? If we have a bhajan board of I or E or whatever notations that we have to say the bhajans are here. I means Indian, E means English. This is the way it is. Because he says for a new person, because they should not think, Swami used this word, they should not think that it is a cult group. Because here we are for Nama Sankirtana, we should aid people who come new person as well. So much of emphasis he gives for a new person, and that also falls on the devotional coordinator and everyone else too. Collectively we welcome a new person so that come participate, join in this sadhana.
Yeah. I think we'll move on to the next important concept. Again, I won't say it is a responsibility, because I don't want to make that weigh in on you. So let's make it little easy. The concept of practice, right? Everybody thinks that a practice session is only for refining the bhajan. Actually, it's not. The practice sessions are for internalizing the bhajan as a group. If you want to internalize a bhajan separately, you can sit in your room, in your altar, sing, right? Why do you have to do a group practice? Because these practice sessions will ensure everybody is able to internalize this bhajan or the devotional offering in their hearts.
So important, because also when you collectively meet, the first thing, the attitude with which we come together. Number one is to make sure we are here to help each other out. Not because, okay, you found 20 mistakes in mine, I'll find 25. It is not the goal.
Yeah.
Collectively, how can I help out you, brother? How can I help out you, sister? This is the way, because collectively the garland has to be good. It doesn't matter if one flower is not good, also the garland will not be good.
Correct. And the focus of the practice sessions, in addition to internalizing and everything, in our region and our centers, the way we practice is, we practice seating as well. We practice mic movement as well. Because imagine you are sitting in front of Swami, you came late. By late, I mean that you came just 5 minutes before the bhajan session starts. That's very late. When a bhajan session is starting, we have to be available, everybody who wants to participate in the bhajan, at least 15 minutes before that session. It is mandatory. If you show up just 1 minute, run and sit and take the mic, or you are singing the third bhajan, but you are sitting in the 15th row. Imagine how disrupting it will be for everybody, right? This is again a collective sadhana, collective spiritual practice. So we have to be mindful of the logistics as well. And I remember during COVID, just immediately after COVID, when every group thing opened, we did our first Akhanda Bhajan in that setting. So at that time, everybody was worried. They were like, oh, Amma, how safe it will be. So we had to sit arm's length. So two
Spaced
arms,
out.
one arm here, one arm there. Imagine passing the mic to the next singer. But we did that. I mean, we had to do that. But that's when I understood the importance of seating as well. If you are singing a bhajan, if yours is the third bhajan, you sit in the third spot. No questions. You can't say that I used to sit right near Swami's feet. I'm singing the 10th bhajan, but I will sit right in front of his feet. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter who you are. It doesn't matter what your skill level. It doesn't matter if you have served Swami for 4 births. It doesn't matter. All it matters is the discipline. So that's an important factor that we will be able to refine through the practice sessions.
Yeah. And also during the practice session, it's good to record sessions so that we can always, not for the sake of identifying mistakes, but for our own self-correction. Because when we record without the harmony, with just the Shruti, we will know how much are we off. And again, the collective idea is to make sure the best garland is being offered to Swami. So in that process, recording bhajans and making sure singing, practicing in the mic also. Because a lot of times when we do round table right here, we just sing, it is very different. Mistakes get amplified in the microphone. In fact, singing in the microphone is a special thing, because a lot of people, I think, in terms of when they have a high note, they will scream through. I think we touched upon this earlier. A lot of people have this idea of screaming very closer to the mic, which is not. So how to use the microphone? This is all done only not on the day of session, but during the practice session. There is a plethora of things to learn during a practice session. The first thing is to show up in a practice session. How do we motivate ourselves to show up?
Yeah. The motivation is one part. When you talked about that keeping your thing very close, There are some people who keep as far as possible. They are like as if, this is another Swami, he will pick wherever you are. No, that there is technology limitation there. You have to sit close. I'm like, if you're not, if you do not want your voice to come through the microphone, why do you sign up for bhajan? That's common sense, right? People think that is humility. I don't want to, shout. No, it's not. You have a responsibility. When you are singing through the mic, it has to be heard clearly. You can't mumble the words again. Like certain bhajans I've heard people sing, with no disrespect to them. I don't even remember who they are. So it's not a personal thing I have. Sometimes I can't even understand what they are saying. I really want to follow the bhajan. Imagine as a follower, you really want to be there with them in the boat and they are pushing you out of the boat because you don't know what they are singing. Just the tune you can hear. What are you saying? Open your mouth. Make it clear. You need to enunciate properly. And I think the children will agree. They are taught in school. I grew up in India and I was never taught about, how do you open your mouth and sing. Kids who grow up here, they go to the choir and all that. They teach very well, Subbu. When you say Damodara, it's like, right. All that has to come, right?
Because we are not focused on the tune. Otherwise, we could have picked a cinema song and hummed it out. Because the idea is the power of Nama that we talked about. The words have the power. If we don't get the words, what's the point in leading a bhajan?
Exactly. So one of the girls shared, she does Hindustani music. I remember one example from Hindustani music. In Hindustani music, when my teacher used to teach, she'll say, forget about the words. It's just that tune. So there will be only 4 words in that complete song. They'll be singing that same 4 words for 10 minutes. I'm like, Bhaje Murali, I'm done with Bhaje Murali, move on. And I can't even hear if it is Murali, Muraliya, it is Bhaje or Saje or Kaje. So the objective is not to comment on that. The objective there is to experience the music, just the tune. But the objective of devotional singing is not to appreciate or depreciate or understand the tune. It is the words. Again, it is Nama Sankirtana. So it is important to give Nama the respect it deserves.
Yeah, and speaking of humility that we touched about, when the devotional coordinator asks for a bhajan at your center, it is so important to say, yes, I will sing. Because I've seen people where they say, no, you sing. No, bhajan. No, you sing. Why? This is called attempted humility or whatever that means, right? Because we are not sacrificing anything. When Swami shows up, would you not want to sing? It's not like you fetch for the opportunity. When someone comes and says, do you want to sing? Take that as Swami is asking you. Say yes. And instantly, this is your responsibility. Go give the bhajan to the devotional whoever the coordinator is. It is very important because, again, your connection is not to the devotional coordinator. Your connection is with Swami.
Yeah, and one thing that I remember is that time I was new to US, okay? So because, again, I was brought up in India, I'm so used to singing all Hindi bhajans. I never knew about English bhajans. And the first time we were in the US, there was a retreat happening in Region 1. And they said, we want you to sing English Suprabhatam. Forget about bhajan. I was like, I love this. I was not getting scared. I thought, oh, Swami, you are kind of giving me this challenge. And I'm going to, try my best. I still practice the English Suprabhatam. I do sing multiple times, and I'm sure, I have not gotten there because Swami is giving me multiple opportunities to practice. If I have learned the English Suprabhatam well, he would have stopped and said, yes, you're done, go, next person. So my point here is, my key takeaway was, when somebody comes and asks you to sing a bhajan, you should be ready to sing. Because that is Swami's way of telling us that, hey, you just get out of your comfort zone. Try something new. And if there is something bothering, like children did an activity today. So what I asked them to write is like, write your favorite bhajan and why you like it, right? So like that, I think for every individual singer or person who's coming to the Sai Center, we have to introspect and figure out, why am I scared to lead a bhajan? I may not be musically trained. That's perfectly acceptable. So if that is what is stopping me, Swami has put the devotional coordinator or a bhajan coordinator or an amazing singer in your center to help you, to guide you.
In fact, that is our next segment, which is to make sure, to make the learning as fun. Because only we make the learning fun activity only when bhajans are simpler, easier to follow. You start, not that we pick the most complicated bhajan, because somehow we think when we pick the most complicated bhajans, we will find a special place in heaven or in Swami's lotus feet, whatever, right? We have this notion of only when I offer the most challenging bhajan, he will accept. No, there are simple bhajans, right? And I still remember one of our brothers from our center, when he first sang in front of Swami, this Manamohana Nandala, and he said he practiced several hundred times. And yet, even to this date, when he sings this bhajan, you can completely visualize Swami in front of you. So the only way to make learning fun is not pick, because people get intimidated when they pick the most complex bhajans. That will make them ek pag aage, do pag piche, because we keep going back and back and back. There is no way that we can go closer to him, but we feel like, no, bhajans are not for me. No, bhajans are for you as well when you pick medium bhajans, simple bhajans that you connect with yourself.
Correct. And at the same time, if there is a bhajan that's like, you really like it, it's slightly complicated. It's not to show your musical skill or anything, like the bhajan that I just said, Krishna Madhava. That's a good namavali. One way to, kind of incorporate that bhajan into a center session would be practice with the group in house bhajans. Practice, like mobilize that bhajan so that everybody gets comfortable, right? Not because you want to show off your musical skill, but just you want to widen your experience. I mean, we are not saying that don't attempt complex bhajans. No, that's not what we are saying. If you want to challenge yourself, today you're comfortable singing a simple bhajan, challenge yourself, pick an intermediate level bhajan, but before offering it in a center session, practice it well with the group. So everybody should be familiar with the bhajan. So again, it's all about the journey, right?
Right. Yeah. And I think sustaining the practice sessions, this is something that we were discussing in our own brainstorming. How do you sustain the practice session, given that I'm a devotional coordinator? Because one thing, we talked about practice session, how to hold it and how to make learning fun. But at the same time, we have to be a little bit innovative in terms of how to sustain. Because what works for a place A may not work for place B. Because in our area, at least in the Boston area, we try to have practice sessions in multiple places. Because it's very hard in one place for everybody to come. And the only way to make learning fun and at the same time to have multiple people join is create that interest. And making sure we go to multiple places, and then eventually things will come to you and we'll have one common session. But sustaining is one of the key aspects of bhajan practice, not because, I had one practice today, that's it, I'm done for the year. Right? So I think these are some of the, and the last point, which is so important, and maybe we'll start with you, sister.
Yeah,
on the
inclusiveness. So many times I've had this question asked to me. So you are the devotional coordinator. I understand you want to include everybody, but what if there are people who can't sing that well? What happens then? Will you just put them in the list just because you want to be inclusive? So that's how this whole thought started. What is special about this inclusivity is a person can help move mics or clean mics or put the
bhajan PowerPoint
or anything. They are all included in that devotional singing offering. Inclusivity does not mean only leading a bhajan.
Because we are always wondering about, oh, quality has to be good. Oh, no, the inclusiveness. We are always fighting between the two, or to have the best of both worlds. No, but it's not related to just bhajan singing. Setting up altar, even backing up vibhuti package, preparing PowerPoint slides, and doing sadhana, coming up for sadhana for that week. Everything connotates devotion.
Correct. And in the aspect of making learning fun, one thing that we wanted to share, I think we kind of touched in the previous slide also. The way we make it fun for ourselves is we do a lot of paired singing. Every time we'll change the pairs. See, it's like you are always used to singing with this one person. After a few years, you kind of know, right? It's time to move on. Just pair yourself with somebody. Like your scales will not match. Your style of singing will not match. The most unmatched it is, the most fun it is. Because you both kind of meet in the middle ground, and that is fantastic about bhajan singing. Somebody might be a professional singer, and somebody might be just starting to sing bhajan. You pair them up together.
And this gives an opportunity for them to practice together, because you don't have to coordinate that. You know that these two people are singing, they both will coordinate. So having the pairs will also lessen the devotional coordinators going after, every pair, because it's their responsibility, because the ending notes, everything, because it's amplified times 2.
Correct. And in our center, like a few years we did in the past, what we used to do was, as a center, during summer we won't have study circles. So during that time, we used to learn like 10, 12 bhajans collectively. Like some women-led bhajans and men-led bhajans, like that. That way, when it comes to Akhanda Bhajan, they will just put the bhajan list. Everybody will be able to sing with everybody.
There is no individuality. Because again, the notion of collectively singing, men all sing, women lead. We will try this at the end of today's session, if we can pick one bhajan collectively as a whole, group. Because the power of that, but it comes only through practice. We cannot just show up on an Akhanda Bhajan, but using those segments where, even in the devotional coordinators list for that week, the last 2 bhajans may be unison bhajans.
Unison singing, yeah.
We can have something like that. Pick Vittala, Hari. You can pick so many bhajans. Hari Om Namah Shivaya. You can pick many, many bhajans like that, where collectively people can all sing together.
Yeah, so I think that's the important thing that we wanted to cover in this segment.
So we will, now that we've seen in terms of what different hats, whether you're lead or a follow or a devotional coordinator, are we choosing the right bhajans for right occasion? What do we mean by that, right? When the devotional coordinator lines up the session, the first thing is, this is something followed in Patti, and I'm sure in Anantapur as well. There's no point in singing back to back on the same deities, because Swami says people connect to different deities, different people. So you want to have some diversity. First of all, when you have the list, make sure you separate them out, number 1.
Yeah, Swami said, once I remember, he said, don't say Sai, 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 all Sai bhajans. I know you are singing it for me, but remember that people who are coming and attending the bhajan session, one person might like Rama, one person might like Krishna, one person might like Buddha, whatever it is, right? You need to cater to everyone. I know you love me, but through all other names, you're going to love me only, no?
Exactly. The next thing is bhajans with different beats. What I meant by beats was, there is a regular Kherva beat. For example, Jai 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 Gananayaka, Jai Jai Vigna Vinashaka. That's a regular 8 beat.
I will sing one bhajan.
Yeah.
Not in this beat, it's a different beat,
Yeah.
okay? Jaya Devi Durga Gauri Shankari Parvati. See the variety it creates.
Instantly, right? The beat changes. And then there is a Jagadishwari Daya Karuma.
Yeah.
So 6-8 different beats. So what it happens is that it provides a variety rather than the same type back to back.
Yeah, simplicity does not mean, selling ourselves very short. It's not that.
And the next one, I think we've touched upon this. not a long bhajan. For example, what is long is long? I'm sure many of you ask, right? Because this is maximum not to exceed 4 to 5 minutes. Because, Swami said, bhajans are over. Oh, bhajans are still going. People should have that feeling. Already over. So it should have that feeling. Because it should capture that connection and then leave it. Rather than, oh my God, it's still not over. See, then it's a feeling, right? Long bhajans. So there are ways to shorten bhajans. Like, I don't know.
Hari Bhajana Bina.
Hari, yeah. So the
Hari Bhajana Bina Sukha Shanti Nahi. Don't sing it more than once.
Because
it's a long bhajan. Yeah?
Right, and then Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Long one. Second speed, you go Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya Ram Rahim Krishna. You can go directly because you don't have to do the same thing over and over. It becomes long. So as a singer, lead singer, it is our responsibility, and when we choose bhajans, when we line up, it's the devotional coordinator who should look for all of these aspects and feel free to point out and not to make sure we feel offended. Oh my God, why are you reducing my bhajan but exceeding someone else? It is not, I don't think, so the cause is selfless, right? Because he wants the bhajan session to be good. So that's one thing. And I think maybe we touched upon this, right? And maybe you can go. Sai Ram, Sai Sham, Mere Sai Ram. That's one bhajan, right? The next bhajan, let's say if they sing Bhavanasha Puttaparthi Purisha. Next one, Sai Om, Sai Om. You see this progression?
Yeah.
All same type sunking, right? Every bhajan is good, but the tune, which it should be like, next one, Ram Rahim ko bhajne wale tere pujari, something different, right? So when we line up the bhajans, it's important we line up all of these, take into account all of these, right?
Sometimes the devotional coordinator may not have the musical knowledge or skills. So again, don't let them struggle. If you are a person who knows more about this, first give them the opportunity, let them, kind of dabble and figure out. If they are not able to, be there and tell them, hey, this is something that, we could do differently. Not in a way where they feel that, oh my God, I'm not doing my job correctly. Not in that way. But like that attitude of just helping, being there for them. So in our center, again, my husband used to be a devotional coordinator at some point. He does not have any musical sense at all. But he loves bhajans. But Swami put him in that role because just by preparing bhajan PPTs, now you give him one line of a bhajan, he knows the entire lyrics of that bhajan. And now he sings few bhajans which he's comfortable with. But what I was trying to say is when he was struggling to make a list of bhajans, he used to reach out to different people in our center. That is inclusivity as well. Right? So you kind of use everybody's skill. Not everybody is made the same way, and it's okay. So we need to help each other and make sure that we have the best repertoire for that particular week's offering.
In fact, for entire session, if you look at it, every one of us has some unique skill. Swami has given, whether we know it or not, I think channelizing towards him is the best opportunity ever, right? Some people could be good in building websites, building algorithms. We can use it because I know in Ramya's center, they used to have bhajan picking algorithm used in Swami's way. Why not? Use our skills towards Swami. And if you have the best way of HTML or whatever, streamline it towards Swami. How do we
kind of upgraded it too. Okay. Initially, we had it as a desktop application. Then I said, no, I want to learn PHP. So let me upgrade this software. So I wrote it in PHP and deployed it in a server. So, multiple bhajan trainers can operate that application. So we kind of went all way. Now we are not using it because for the time being, like the devotional coordinator, he feels that, no, I don't want to use software. So we are good with that too.
But the point is to make sure channelizing our own skill, because after all, talent is given by him. Why not give it back to him? So with that, right, I think we touched upon complex or simple ones. We're going to skip this. And sister, if you want to talk about the home bhajan and center bhajan choices.
That's an important thing. See, home bhajans are more for actual practice. Because do a lot of home bhajans in the different center members' home, right? In our center, we used to have like Wednesday, somebody does the home bhajans. The Tuesday, somebody else will do. Don't wait for that weekly bhajan center session to offer to Swami and miss out on all the 5 other days. It doesn't have to be, 40 people attending the bhajans. Just 3-4 families staying close by. Figure out a time that works for you and then start having home bhajans. And in home bhajans, feel free to choose any bhajan of your liking because that's your training ground. So you can kind of lead that bhajan and see how the following sounds, because that's where you need to observe a lot. You cannot be lost in trance while offering bhajans there, because the objective of singing in a home bhajan is you're trying to figure out, are people able to follow? Because you can't go and ask every person, did this bhajan work? Did this bhajan work? No, you can't do that. So that is why the home bhajans is a fantastic training ground for trying out different bhajans. Center bhajans are for greater good. What sounds exceptional in a home bhajan may not fly in the center at all.
Absolutely right. Because again, familiarity breeds contempt. So the more we familiarize, practice that bhajan. I remember one of the brothers who used to do Hari Sundarananda Mukunda Hari Rana Hari Om. So initially many of us didn't know. The more and more he sang, this is okay, then familiarity, then it goes to the center bhajans, then Akhanda bhajan. Now everybody follows. So I think if he had taken this bhajan to the first place in Akhanda bhajan, there will be silence and it will be kirtanam at the end of it. So, having said all of this, let's play a clip of Swami, how bhajan is so important in one's life.
You have to sing the glory of God. Those that don't sing, then they are led to the music of bondage. దైవత్వాన్ని మనం హృదయంలో ఎంతవరకు విశ్వసిస్తామో అంత మనం ఆనందాన్ని పొందుతాం. The more and more of faith you have faith in God, you will enjoy the bliss more and more. లేనటువంటి వాడు భజన అయిపోతాడు. The one without bhajana, the singer glory, he is divided vibhajana, duality. కనుకనే భజన ఉన్నటువంటి వాడే ఒక విధమైనటువంటి శక్తి గలవాడు. The భజన లేకపోతే విభజన అయిపోతాడు. The one with bhajan, the singer the glory of God, is all power మారిపోతున్నాడు. And today we find fragmentation. There is no thinking. People always think of money, lots of people are many people have in fact, many people have treasures. Where are they? What happened to them?
So here he says the one without bhajans, they are separated from God. The converse, as Swami says, happiness is union with God, which is so true. If, as long as we are able to make bhajan a part of our lives, we are not separate from Him. So with that, we
were supposed to have lunch
we
now.
are supposed to have lunch now. So what we're going to do is, we're going to go to the
story
section,
again.
the
Yes.
story again.
So this is the third segment. So in the story so far, we figured out why the traveler picked the destination, etc. What he packed, what he unpacked. Now we are getting to this most important part, the journey itself, right? How he proceeds with the journey. And in parallel to devotional singing, what this translates to is getting ready for a bhajan session. So in a half an hour or 1 hour, whatever time,
You've
you have
arrived
bhajan.
at the center.
Yeah.
So imagine you are there in Bhagwan's presence, and this so-called GPS, which is our direction post all along in this journey, he's starting to give directions, but are we paying heed to it? Are we disengaging our GPS, or are we steering in a different way and says rerouting?
Yeah, sometime I do that. The GPS will say turn right, turn right, turn right. I would have taken a left and why I'm turning right? Why is he saying turn right, turn right? Many times we do that too. Swami says turn inward, turn inward, turn. We all the time we are looking outside and like, why am I not getting this experience?
Because a lot of times Swami says bahir drishti, bahir drishti, bahir drishti. Outer vision, always we are worried about, oh, this person didn't do this. Never have we thought about what should I do, what should I internalize, how should I be better. All of this inner vision, right? Now we have arrived. The first segment, before even we start to sing, is the discipline portion. So I wanted to quickly touch upon the blissful bhajan session that in the Boston area we started recently. The only idea of starting this, there are multiple end goals. One is to recreate Puttaparthi in Boston, in the sense not the physical place, but that mentality, that attitude, right? What do we do? Because right from the decorum, the discipline, the attitude, if Swami, not even if, Swami is sitting there, would we do what we are doing? Would we move around? Would we chit-chat? Would we talk? So we wanted to start off this bhajan session. What we do is, this is very different from the regular center sessions. And Sister will talk about the practice sessions, how we organize those practice sessions specifically.
Correct, yeah.
Yes, please.
We've got a couple of text messages with feedback about all the takeaways.
Yes.
So what we would ask everybody to do is, if you're taking notes or if you get something out of the sessions, please do collect them and later send it to dsc.devotional@gmail.com. So we'll send you the instruction, but better to collate all of that because we love to hear all the notes that you've taken, right? And then we can collect it together because we're going to start the next session.
Sure. Sure. Thank you, brother. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. So the way we prepare ourselves for this monthly bhajan is, we will have 2 practice sessions before we actually get to that bhajan session. So we have 2 sessions at different parts in the mass area because everybody lives physically far. So we kind of want to make it little easy for everybody to join the practice session, right?
And the first criteria is, if you don't attend the practice session, no matter how great you are not allowed to sing in that session. Because again, this is exactly what is being done in Swami's presence. Swami loves practice. However great, good, medium, ugly singer, practice is important.
Right. So we do that practice session, and sometimes in a practice session, if you find that, like I had gone to one of the practice session, I kind of didn't feel that, the best came out. So the practice sessions gives you that input. So you can come back, work on it, or work with the person, and it is important that everybody attends everybody in the sense, including instrumental players. We went through that struggle because we have like professional tabla players.
Oh, I'll just show up on that day, I'll just play. Because
they change the beat of the bhajan.
Then, because as much as everyone is a collective thing, so we stress on the practice part. And then when we render bhajans, this is where the practice session, right? Familiarity of the bhajan. Exactly how we do it in front of Swami, the preparation phase is mandatory for all the singers.
And the other important discipline that we follow, when we go for the actual bhajan session, all phones out. We don't take phones into the bhajan hall at all.
So in fact, 8 o'clock we start the bhajan. By 7:30 we are all assembled, and between 7:45 and 8, no darshan music, nothing. Just sit there silently. expecting Bhagavan to show up with the 3 ohms. And in that 7:45 to 8 o'clock, we just ruminate, think of, visual, whatever you want to do, but absolute pin drop silence, because no phones, no distractions, and no movement whatsoever.
Yeah, we don't look at the harmonium player, hey, today C sharp, C, nothing.
It's all
no
taken
pitch
care
correction.
of prior.
Yeah,
Correct.
because I've seen that happening many times, and I would have done it too. I try my best not to, but what happens is someday my throat, I'll feel very bad. There is some inconvenience. So the moment I go and say, can we bring it down half scale, or can we take it up half scale, or something like that, that thought will come, right? But for this monthly bhajan session, we strictly go and sit in front of Swami, no turning around, no looking at anybody, no Sairams.
That's the last thing, because we think that we have to say Sai Ram to everybody. We have to know what happened in your life, my life. How's your tire? How are your kids doing? Oh, Sai Ram, I'll talk to you later. Oh, Sai Ram. This Sai Ram
and that
is a
Sai Ram
precedence.
also. Hey, Sai Ram. Oh, Sai Ram.
So Swami used to pun this in a discourse. He say, if you're in a happy mood, you say, Sai Ram, Sai Ram, Sai Ram. Otherwise, Sai Ram. And exactly the way Swami described, he said all of this is so important. In fact, I'm reminded of, I don't know how many of you know Kasturiga, who's Swami's biographer. He wrote a book called Loving God. You can go check it out. This is back in several years ago when there is no phones or camera. And there was a session where there's a group of people around Swami, sitting around Swami, and they all want to take a picture. And everybody was nudging each other, you go, because they want to be a part of the picture. But Swami suddenly said, he got up from his chair, he said, I will take now. And then everybody was like, oh my God, you're the center point of attraction, Swami. Now you are taking the picture. And then he said, no, chup, you sit. And then he took a picture. Guess what? When they developed, that chair was not an empty chair. And because when they developed, they saw Swami in there. You can go check it out in that book. This picture is still there. But what it means to me is, no chair I feel is an empty chair when we think it's an empty chair. When we see in the bhajan, Swami is there, it's not an empty chair. But we just think his omniscience is semi-omniscience. Oh, Swami, it's there. But if he is there, if he is watching, would we do everything? Because that is our fundamental piece behind this blissful bhajans, no chit-chat. Because if Swami is sitting there, if you're murmuring, I'm sure Brother Murli would know, Swami would send him out. There is no leeway there. So that level of discipline is required, is a fundamental piece, because singing is later. But discipline and love and helping each other, if they are not there, bhajan singing, then the feeling of bhava is not there.
Yeah. So I said no phones, no bags also. For all the women. We even keep our handbags outside. That is so liberating. Every time when I leave my handbag outside, I have one less thing to worry about.
In fact, after the bhajan is over, nobody still talks to nobody.
Yeah.
The goal is, whatever you want to talk, go to the car, you drive home, at least the 15 minutes, 20 minutes. In fact, the last session that we had, my wife, myself, my son, when we were going back, it is very addictive also. Because try this out, the silence is also very addictive. Because it was all silent, because after the bhajan is 15 minutes meditation, and then we silently disperse. So about 20-25 minutes you wouldn't have spoken. And you silent, no sairams, just bend down and keep going, walking out. Then we sit in the car. For like 20 minutes we couldn't talk. It was just my son, little one, he's also quiet. I'm thinking, wow, silence. If we are silent, the next person would be silent. Silence, try other things which are contagious. Try silence, it's super contagious.
Because for this monthly bhajan session, right, I have a 1 hour commute. So I don't want to carpool. I'm all for carpooling. I don't want to carpool because I don't want to talk. So I say, I'm ready to drive 1 hour. I know it's not, we are not conserving, we are not going green, I know. But this is also not going green, right? Immediately after the bhajan, let's say you carpool with somebody, you cannot just sit like that and come. That's so impolite, Right? So, as Brother Subbu said, that silence is like, it gives you lot of time. I feel that I have 100 more years. There's so much time, I don't know what to do. Because most of the time, just by talking right after the bhajan session, we kind of lose. Yeah? She agrees with me.
Would you want to share why you say yes? What's your perspective? Why don't we?
I feel like when I talk, like I always talk, I'm a very talkative person. When I really talk, my energy is always gone away by talking, and I don't have time to do important things.
This is what Swami said many, many times,
Times.
right? Beautiful. Let's give a
Yes.
big round of applause.
See, we all have heard Swami say this, right? I don't want a show of hands. Can we reflect and see how many times are we doing it? We all know, right? Swami has said multiple times, after a bhajan session, disperse in silence. We put it on the PowerPoint slide. And probably people will even hold placards to say, please be silent, 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 silent. How many of us are silent? It's not enough if we just close our mouth. We have to close the unwanted thoughts and all those different things that run inside our head as well.
And our cell phones, because until a WhatsApp message comes in, we are all very, very glued, right? Immediately distraction, oh my God, this one. And then our thoughts, we're looking at Swami, some thoughts are somewhere else. So it's so important to clear away distraction, because this is our time with him.
True.
Right? So we'll move on to the next section, which is during a bhajan session, we're all there and we want to have an experience where we are able to get that oneness, right? So we'll look at harmonium wise. The harmonium is an example. These are all harmonium, tabla, ganjira, everything is only called accompaniments. The main singer is the singer because, as sister said, the voice, words, those that are so important, and the harmonium player only accompanies. Why I say this is, there are bhajans where, let's say, there is a bhajan we want
to.
So let's
give me a scale. Partishwari Jagajanani.
So this is the start. Imagine the harmonium player starts like this. And one more time.
Partishwari Jagajanani.
What do we get?
Did I say Janani or Kirti or what?
Correct. Right? And then he'll say, okay, enough of your show, maybe we have to listen to the bhajan singer. Because many a times the harmonium player plays loud during the start, because to get the key, it's very important. But after that, during, when everybody is thinking about the mother, you don't want to be, as Swami says, a sinner, taking people away from thinking about him. You don't want to show that you can do it at home, right? Because harmonium player accompanies. You can enable the whole thing. One more time, sister.
Partishwari Jagajanani Jaya 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 He Sai Janani.
Were you able to think of Swami here and not anything else, right? So this is very important in a bhajan session, because the harmonium player or any instrument should not be super carried away with their own emotion. Wow, this is, and then there are bhajans where people do. We've done all kinds of chord patterns and changes. Why? Is that needed?
It's like a marching band.
It's like a marching band. Why? Bhajan is Nama Sankirtana. People should hear who is the singer, who is the accompaniment. It sounds like this is the main lead and she is the accompaniment. When I play, oh, I'm the lead, she's accompanying. Instead, it should be the other way around. Same thing with tabla. I don't have a tabla player. tabla player should give the beat in such a way that it aids the singer so that collectively we move towards him. Not play the most complex beat pattern there and say, takardakadum, 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 all of this.
Yeah, and that too in the first speed, in the first line itself.
Because you
I'm
don't
like,
know where
why
to
you're
take.
rolling this much?
Simple.
It's like sometime they get carried away. Again, devotion, not emotion, right? Because they want to experience God through that rolling of the tabla, but no, you can't. Sorry, you have to control your emotion there, because the bhajan just started probably in the second speed, when when that energy or that push is needed, they could do. But otherwise, yeah.
It's not exactly, right? Because the actual speed of the bhajan, we should be very appreciative of that. For example, the same Partishwari, we cannot start.
Partishwari Jagat Janani.
Imagine
This is
the second speed, how that person can go, right? There is a native speed of a bhajan. It is meant to be slow. And then the same thing, bolo bolo, you cannot start bolo bolo sab mil bolo om namah shivaya. We cannot do that. So there is certain speed in every bhajan, at which for every bhajan that we have to be mindful of how we start.
And also did I interrupt?
Yes.
One thing that came to my mind was, if you have multiple percussion instruments, let's say you have a dholak, you have a tabla, and you have a kanjira, many times what happens is the kanjira player feels that he never has to come for the practice session because it's easy, and that beat will completely conflict. Tabla player will be doing something, the kanjiras are doing something, and on top of the second speed, dholak also will start.
Yeah.
It is like, it's kind of banging your ear. At that time, there's no peace of mind. Your mind is in pieces.
I don't know if you have it's a good problem to have or not. Do you have many Ganjira players in your center? We have several, and it's in a way, yes, because it's so important, as she said, right? Because the fundamental reason is you are there only to accompany the singer. It's not to play your own sound effects with 10 Ganjira players and the dholak, tabla, and half the time before you realize 3-minute bhajan is over. Oh my God, I didn't focus on the bhajan. What a great beat, and what this throws me off. Because then the searching never happens with Swami. Searching happens with the instrument players.
Yeah, and one incident comes to my mind. I used to be the SSC Bhajan trainer at some point. So one of the child, she came and asked me, Auntie, I play the instrument so well. This uncle who actually plays for the center session, very average. You are letting him play. We are 4 players. Like it could be harmonium, or it could be, I don't remember what instrument it was. Why are you making him play and not giving us the chance? I said, Amma, you are learning. He picked up the instrument. First of all, that's a fundamental error. You cannot compare apples and oranges. The second aspect is, he is coming for all the practice sessions. He is doing his best to become a better version of himself. We cannot stop it. The third problem is, you are all still learning. They are all in classes, still learning to play instruments. What is the rush? And you are 10 kids who can play. Which kid should I give the importance here? I can't pick one kid to play today and then disappoint the other 9 kids. I can't do that. But we do find avenues, like when we do musical programs, where we make sure that the kid also comes for all the practice sessions, and then they do get the opportunity to offer. We are not trying to say that we should curb the enthusiasm. No, we should not. But at the same time, we need to know how to balance it. You may not be the best instrumental player, but it's okay, because you are working on something, you are showing up for the practice session. There could be 100 different reasons why you need to be there.
Right. And I think, especially when we learn like this, right, from other people, there's a lot. If you look at the person who's sitting next to you also, there's tons of learning within our own center. This is the best ground for. So imagine if you go to a Lions Club or Rotary Club, nobody will care. This is the ground. Imagine a ground where Swami helps us to deal with all the Kama, Krodha, Mada, Moha, Matsarya, to all of that in a path of bhajan learning to enable to reach him. The next one, the most important, you might wonder what this MBA is. I'm sure Brother Murli knows it from his Patti days. What do you think MBA here is? Does anyone know? Except Brother Murli, everyone else can go.
Guess.
Masters of Business Administration, right? MBA. Master in Business Administration.
I want to do that at some point.
A Mad Boys Association. Swami calls that also, right? Mind, body, Atma, okay.
Oh my God, that's fantastic.
Okay.
Yeah.
What else? You know, Swami used to call...
What? No, you said something. My
Baba.
Ah.
Wow, nice. So, I'm sure, so Swami was talking about this MBA, and there is a story associated, but I'll cut short. But he said, MBA means mind on Baba always.
You kind of covered it. Mind, body, Atma, you had the mind there. And my Baba.
So you had, exactly. But this is so important. He says, in that MBA, you should get O grade. It's very important. Mind on Baba always. In fact, we were just talking, preparing about this, I was telling sister that a few weeks ago in a different place, as I was looking for MBA, there was a place where it showed, do you want to do an accelerated program from Baba to MBA? I said, what is this?
This is in the internet, you can go
This
and
is
check.
internet, you can Google and check. And Swami provides clue. You know what Baba is? Bachelor of Arts in Business Administration. And it showed, and I still have the clip, and the clue that Swami gave is, do you want to do accelerated from Baba, which is a physical Baba, to mind on Baba always, which means you can be focused on the form, but your mind should constantly think of him, how accelerated can you move from this end to that end, no matter whether you are in fish market or you are in any other place, your mind should be on Baba always. Does not mean that you have to take the Kamandalam and say Krishna Rama Govinda. No, you can do 20 other things. You can aspire for Himalayas, you can aspire to be the best CEO in your company, but your mind should be on Baba always. Thinking, how does it matter in a bhajan session? So we started to expand this more, right? First one, and I'll expand on this picture. I'm sure both of us have, so many things that we can relate in our bhajan session. What this picture shows is mind on Baba always. What does it help? Number one, it removes external and internal conflicts. I'll give an example. And I'm sure, sister has a bunch of them because it's so important. We come to a bhajan session, and oftentimes bhajan is a place where the stillness of mind, steadiness, all of that Swami has emphasized. When we go out, there will be more conflicts than we came in. Oh, this person said this, that person said this. Oh my God, it's more disturbed than coming in. Because the fundamental aspect is my mind is not on him because my mind is distracted. I'll give an example. If in the next 30 minutes, you were about to greet Swami in the dais. And 30 minutes, you're sitting there singing a bhajan. And the person next to you comes and tells you, you're a horrible singer. Will that bother you or not? Answer is no. Because in the next 25 minutes, you have a date with Bhagavan. Because you have to go greet him. Because your mind is so focused on him, you really don't care what other people said in that 25 minutes, 30 minutes, because you're so looking forward to meeting Bhagwan and garlanding him, whatever you want to do. Because in that process, how many ever brothers, because there are conflicts, sisters say this, okay, Sai Ram, because my mind on him only. Practical way. Because my mind is distracted, oh my God, am I a bad singer, am I good? Because my mind is not on him. This is an example of external conflicts. I'm sure it's not just external, right, sister?
Oh yeah, I think most of the times it's internal. At least from my experience, the main internal conflict is, will I remember the lyrics? Will I sing good today? It will keep running. Instead of just thinking about Swami is sitting, I did my job, I did my part correctly. Whatever comes that day, it is his. It is his responsibility. If it comes very good, yes, Swami, thank you. It came very bad, Swami, thank you, I will practice more. Or there is something that I'm missing, right? That is one internal conflict that I have. The other internal conflict that I'll have is, who is sitting next to me? Who is sitting here? Who is sitting there? How does it matter? You are sitting next to somebody who is also one with Swami, right? At that point, how does it matter? I'm not sitting next to my friend, or I'm sitting next to somebody who I don't agree with on some different opinion wise. How does it matter? So while we are assembling for a bhajan, or while we are at a bhajan session, we should not have any internal conflicts. We talked about like multiple instrument players, loud versus quiet and all that, right? Those things should not come to our mind when we are sitting there. Those are all preparatory, right? So when you are sitting at the session, and when you are singing or following a bhajan, it doesn't matter leading or following. When you are singing there, if by chance, let's say, 3 tabla players are playing at that same time, it should not bother me.
So what? At the end of because you have come to the occasion where you and Swami exist. Yes, there will be imperfections around, because I myself am an imperfection also. So why can't I tolerate? Because my goal is to be with Swami, number one. So the second aspect, this is also in loving God. In Kasturi Garu's book, so he recollects an experience where there's a person called Alf Tiedemann. This is back in early times. And he used to, the way Kasturi wrote is, he came from New York to Bangalore in flight, Bangalore to Puttaparthi by other local transport. He comes to Prashanthanilayam, he goes to Swami's residence directly, and he had the audacity to knock on the door, and Swami opened the door, and he saw Professor Kasturi sitting there, and Swami is sitting there as well. And then he was at the door, and suddenly Swami asked this question to Alf Tiedemann. Alf, how am I looking? Sorry, how are you looking? First he said, Swami, he came straight from the flight and okay, Swami, I'm fit and fresh. Then he asked, how am I looking? Swami asked. And then he didn't know what to answer. He said, Swami, you are also, because you don't want to get, differences from divinity. So he said, Swami, you also look fit and fresh. Then he turned towards Kasturi and said, how does Kasturi look? Now Kasturi, sir, is adjusting. He's like, okay, 2 people already fit and fresh. I better look fit and fresh. And then he said, he also looks fit and fresh. But then Swami said, see, I look fit and fresh. You look, Alf, you look fit and fresh. Kasturi looks fit and fresh, because you know why? All of them are reflections of me. When I look fit and fresh, every one of you is a reflection. If this thought is ingrained in us, when we come to a bhajan session, cookie cutter method, use that. If the next person that sister was saying is a reflection of him, whatever I say, it's also reflection. I'm talking to the same reflection as his reflection on me. So, which means that helps us to remove the conflicts and say, why am I rude to this person? Or why, even if that person is fine, it's okay. Tolerate, because our date is with Bhagwan. So it's so important to keep our mind on Baba always. Number 2 is motivating ourselves. How do we, there are days where, I've had this, sister, many times. You come there just for, I just come. How do you motivate then?
So in my personal experience, what I do is, like, there are days when I can't, physically I can't, because of various reasons. And those days I will just make it as an exception. That's not the normal. But on days when, my mind is playing tricks on me, there is some game going on, or there's something going on, I will want to give that as an excuse. But then one thought that comes to me is, bhajan is my personal interview time with Swami. You don't have to lead a bhajan. You are following a bhajan. But you are talking with him, right? So when you have this personal, imagine we are all sitting in the Kulwant hall. Swami has called you. He is calling you into his room. And you're saying, oh, Swami, sorry. My ankle is slightly hurting. We will do the interview tomorrow. Have we ever done that? Will we even think of doing that? We don't, right? When we can't do that, then how can we apply that to the devotional singing session to say that today I had 4 different activities, now I have to skip bhajan? Why can't you skip 3 different activities that you did in the morning and then give priority to bhajan, right? Because what is important to us, it's up to us to decide. The choices that we make should reflect what we have in our head. If we think devotional singing is not a service, it's just one another activity, community activity, we will always give last priority to that.
The additional statement to that one is, I usually imagine how, you take Swami's, let's set aside his divinity apart, right? If we think about, for years and years, he is managing so many things, like a CEO. He talks to Prime Minister, he talks to President, he manages students, construction, this, that, everything. But if you set aside the divinity, no matter what, he comes and shows up, sits there, morning, evening, not for a day, not for a week, not for months, not for years. If he had thought of, like us, as sister was saying, Swami, today there is this, I will bunk. So, you feel like we give reasons. But if he had thought, he would have had 20,000 reasons to skip bhajans. Where would we be? Right? But he says, no matter what I have, I give importance to this. Have you ever seen when Swami was there, he never makes a point to miss it. Morning, evening, 9 a.m., 5 he is there. So, when he sets aside, the Lord of the universe sets aside time, why we are thinking, Swami, this 1 hour is only one I have for you. I don't have any other time. Please do everything you can. And even this one, I have 5 other things. Maybe you have 5 other things, but I have 10 other things. This is what the Mudamate does. We think we are super busy and we don't allocate time. So this is how I personally motivate also to see when he shows up. And to sister's point, if you think you have an appointment with him, why wouldn't you?
And the other perspective to this is, I think all of us would have heard this, if not now, when? If we cannot make it to a devotional singing session today, do you believe that the next bhajan session he is going to allow you? We can't take it for granted, right? So the COVID is a classic example. At least in my head, I was thinking I can go to India whenever I want. I just need money to book the ticket. I'm all set. But COVID taught me even that is not in your hand. You might have the money, but you can't go. Right? You might have the resources to, sing. You may be a good musician. What if there is no Sai center or no bhajan happening in this area? You are in some desert. Something happened, oh, God forbid, I don't want that to happen. But if that happens, is there any guarantee? So we have to act on the present moment. And during a bhajan session, keeping mind on Baba always keeps you in the present.
And we might have problems anyways. When we step out of the door, there'll be, even if we go to planet Mars, we'll have problems. That is no guarantee, right? But in this session, leaving aside everything, this is my time. Because you always have scope to think about it. But this 1 hour, how valuable do you take? As a darshan of Swami. Which leads us to the next segment, which is remembering his presence. As we talked about, it's not an empty chair. Because we think Swami is verily there. In fact, when we were in San Diego, one of the things that we were instructed was, every time the bhajan starts, look for me. Swami says, your bhajan process should be in search of me. It could be, I could manifest in any way possible. I can be here. And there is a saying in Tamil, right? Thoonilum irupar, thurumbilum irupar, which is, he can be in the dust or it could be in the pillar. So, I think our focus, if you have a so-called appointment with Swami, and if our mind is always on him, devoid of all the distractions, there is always every chance that you will pardon someone next to you. You will be more loving because you are not fighting against someone else, or you're not disagreeing, because your connection is with Swami, our love radiates even more. Try it, right? Because when you have too much love on Bhagwan, obviously they'll say you'll pardon, you'll tolerate, you'll do all of this, it's okay. It is so important to look at it from that angle. And I'll just share this very small episode that happened a few years ago. And this is a home bhajan we had at our home. And very, at the end of the bhajan session, I just had a picture, because I used to have a crazy thought of taking more pictures. I took a picture of this entire altar, and this is a tumbler for where Swami's water is kept. And when all said and done, when people left, and I start to zoom in to see this same Bhagavan, we think he is here, he thinks he is here in this chair. He could be present everywhere. And when I zoomed in, I saw him completely. I thought to myself, it's exactly what he said. I can be everywhere. Your job is to search for me. And here we are thinking about how the bhajan came, how the beat. When there is an opportunity, he's playing with you. Why not allocate this time?
Correct. So during a bhajan session, our only job is to be in the present and have our mind only on Swami. Forget about all the other logistics. Because you prepared for it, right? So you don't have to again go over it during a bhajan session again.
So important. And finally, we'll end the segment 3. This is a small segment, and it's a 30-second segment, but it's so important we see the video when it comes up. And many of you might have seen this video. And when we talked about Swami spending the time, Swami caring for us, let's watch this video first. Brothers and sisters, every time I've seen this clip at least several hundred times, and it moves me till the second, because here is a God who is in the start of the travel, right? He has given the path, he has given everything for us, and even for this smallest thing where you notice the person was about to get up and he places his hand on the head. And if this Lord is trying to that extent that you should not get hurt on your head, would he allow us to fail? Would he allow us to go through problems? He is taking care to that level, but if God remains silent for a certain reason for our bhajan journey, this is for our own good, for our own destruction of ego, for our own destruction of the kama, krodha, madamoha, matsarya. So it's so important to keep him so close to us and make sure we deliver to him and him alone, right? And a quick recap, sister?
Yeah.
You want to do the recap?
Oh, sure.
Yeah.
Yes. So we have discussed or explored different topics today. Some of them were unity. I think we spoke the most, because I think, again, that is the strength, right? Swami always talks about being united, being together. So let's all come together as one while we offer. This workshop is all devotional singing. So we are saying come together for devotional singing, but it applies for service activities. It applies for everything else. Whatever we are doing for Swami as part of the center, let's come together, motivate each other, and make sure that, whatever differences of opinions we have, it's okay. It's all transactional. It's okay. Because we all have this binding, which is more stronger. So Swami, one experience comes to my mind. He said one person went to Swami and said, Swami, I have this problem, I have that problem, I have that problem. Yesterday I had this, tomorrow I'm going to have this problem. Everything he said, Swami said, you're coming and telling me that you have all these problems, right? Did you go to your problem and tell that I have my Swami next to me? Right? That is the what faith can do. And the other thing, group sadhana, we said, and also bhajans are for you and not for transforming others. Again, I know all of us know this, but how much have we internalized this? Bhajans are not for pleasing an audience or pleasing a group or getting a good name or fame or anything. It's only for our own transformation. So it goes waste if we don't introspect and observe if we have changed even a little bit. After every bhajan session, let's take the time. Have I become better? Devotion and emotion, again, I think we covered that in detail. We also covered the fact that bhajans should radiate joy. After a bhajan session, we should never return with a feeling that, oh, I didn't get this, I didn't get that feeling at all. You might have all problems, but after a bhajan session, we should be able to tell with confidence that I have my Swami next to me. So nothing will bother me. So whatever it is, I am going to be happy, I am going to be joyful. That does not mean you're insensitive. It is just that you are radiating joy. It will catch up with everybody. Whoever is sad, they also will become joyful. I think that is another important aspect. And Mind on Baba always, MBA. And I think that is very easy acronym to remember as well. So let's ensure that our mind is on Swami always. In the world, there will be problems, there will be divisions, there will be groups. It's okay. Our mind is only on Baba. Let's work on transforming ourselves and make us useful instruments. Like we are like these roses waiting for Swami to use. So you have gone and given this rose to Swami and he is not able to put it to use. So let's not put our Swami in that situation. Let us become the beautiful instruments that we are so that we can use our life and our every breath to sanctify our presence on earth. So I think it's so important, because here is a place where we should all get charged up to make sure collectively we all come together, because the more we do from a unity standpoint, this is the only way it can please Swami. So as much as we can come together, set aside the differences, and we come together to make sure we offer a particular garland which is of use to Bhagavan. Because as she says, if we have a garland, it's not worth garlanding Swami. What is the use of garland? What is the use of us singing if it's not pleasing Bhagavan? So I think for that, every effort, because here we are getting all of this, but also at the same time internally cleansing all ours. Because we're not able to see it outside, but that doesn't mean the cleansing happens inside also. So for that, we go to doctors, we go to therapy sessions, we go this, that. But here is a method he gave in Kali age, use this, and here we are going, giving like thousands and thousands of dollars. Nama Sankirtan is probably the best way, and I think collectively we should come together. So with that, we'll close segment 3. We will now, the next segment, having learned, do we have to have a break or can we continue? Yes, okay. 3:15? Sure. And for the next segment, before we disperse, right, we would like every single person to be involved, because every one of you can resonate with all of these dilemmas that we put together, which is a common occurrence in most of the centers across the US. So let's stay back and make sure we participate in this. And be in the groups. Yes.
We will divide it into, when you come back, we'll divide it into 10, maximum 10. How many people do we have?
Sister Chitra, do we know which group everybody belongs, so that after the break they can come and sit in their groups?
Okay.
Yeah.
Whatever
as long as you're in a group, we are good.
Yes,
yeah.
They should probably sit in a group.
Saram, there is tea and some snacks available in the phone shop.
அது எப்படி நம்ம பிக் பண்ண போறோம் டைலமாவை? நீங்க எழுதி அந்த சிட்டு வச்சிட்டீங்களா? அப்படியே கொடுத்துறலாமா? ரேண்டமா என்ன வருதோ அப்படியே கொடுத்துறலாமா?
நான் 5 காப்பி வச்சிருக்கேன்.
எவ்வளோ குரூப்ஸ் வருது?
ஐ திங்க் ஆட்கள் ரொம்ப கம்மியாக தான் இருக்காங்க. ஸோ ப்ராபப்ளி 4-5 குரூப் வரலாம்.
5 குரூப் வரும். அப்போ நிறைய இருக்கு நமக்கு.
யா யா. பஜன் that came to mind.
ஆ.
அது வந்து இது கிடையாது, காமன் பஜன் கிடையாது.
ஓகே, we just practicing now.
நீங்க சொல்லுங்க, if it's okay we'll sing that, இல்லனா வேற ஏதாவது பார்க்கலாம்.
நான் வந்து இது பாடுறேன். திருதிருப்ப கேட்டா ஞாபகம் வச்சுக்கணும் என்னன்னா 3ன்னு. அதான் 1.
இல்லை நான் இதில் ஒரு ஷீட்டில் எழுதி தரட்டுமா?
இல்லைன்னா இது சனாதன சாரதி பாடம்.
ரொம்ப ஸ்லோவா இருக்குமே.
அதனால ஹரே முராரி இருக்கட்டும்.
ஹரே முராரி என்ன ஸ்கேல்?
அது வந்து சி, இது நம்பர் இல்லையா? சி ஷார்ப், டி ஷார்ப், இ. இல்லை டி ஷார்ப்பே போட்டுக்கோங்க. ஸோ பண்டரி நிவாசா ஹரே முராரி
பகவான் பாடட்டுமா? அதை நிறைய இப்போ தான் பாடியிருக்கேன். ஜி ஷார்ப். ஃபர்ஸ்ட் பஜனை வச்சுக்கோமா?
அது ஒரு 2 லைன் பாடணும்.
ஆனால் இது ரொம்ப ஹையாக இருக்கிற மாதிரி இருக்கே. ஓல்ட் மந்திர் பஜன்.
இந்த 2 நீ யூஸ் பண்ணா கூஸ் பம்பா.
இது என்ன ஸ்கேல் இது?
இது உங்களுக்கு இ எஃப்னு போட்டுக்கணும்.
அப்புறம் அப்போ ஃபர்ஸ்ட் ஆவோ தென் ஹரே முராரி சாயிராம், அது டி ஷார்ப். அப்புறம் இந்த பாட்டு என்ன தெரியுமா? ஜெய ஜெய முருகா. இந்த சாங்லே போயிடுத்து. ஹர ஹர சம்பு கௌரி தனயா, ஜெய ஜெய முருகா கந்தா குமரா கணபதி அனுஜா கார்த்தி. ஆனால் இது கொஞ்சம் டிஃபிகல்ட்டாக வேண்டாம்.
எல்லாரும் பாட முடியாது. நான் இது பாடலாமா நினச்சிருந்தேன். இது எப்படி இருக்குன்னு சொல்லிட்டு ஆமாம் நிறைய கும்பல் பாருங்க. சக்தி படி
ஆனால் அது கஷ்டமாக இருக்கும். இல்லை முருகா வந்து நம்ம ஏதாவது சிம்பிள் நமக்கு தெரியுமே. கந்தா குமரா வடிவேலா கௌரி புத்ரா.
இல்ல இது பாடலாம்.
இன்னொன்னு
இது நீங்க பாடுறீங்களா? ஹரி ஹரி ரொம்ப ஹை உங்களுக்கு நினைக்கிறேன் இல்லையா?
இதுவே ஹையா தான்.
இல்ல இது இங்க பாருங்க. இது வந்து ஜி ஷார்ப்னு போட்டுக்கோங்க. அப்புறம் பிராக்கெட்டில் எனக்கு வந்து மத்தியம்னு போட்டுக்கோங்க. ஏன்னா அது மாலை ஆரம்பிக்கும். எம் பிராக்கெட்டில் எம்னு போட்டுனா
அடுத்து உங்களோட பஜன் சொல்லுங்க.
ஸோ என்னெல்லாம் கவர் பண்ணிக்கோ? என்ன காட் மிஸ்ஸிங்?
அப்புறம் ஹரே முராரே சாயிராம், ஹரி ஹரி நாராயணா, தேவி ஏதாவது இருக்கு?
ஜெகதம்பே தேவி
மை ஃபேவரட்.
Sairam, everybody. We're going to start shortly. Can you please sit in the group numbers that we have provided? If you do not know your group numbers, just join one of the groups. Right. Same thing with men and
நம்ம வேணும்னா
1 through 4.
அவளை பார்க்கலாம் இப்போ ரெண்டு. ஏன்னா இவாள் ஒரு குரூப் பஜனா பாடணும்னு வச்சிடலாம், கடைசியாக ஒன்று வச்சிடலாம். ஆனால் அவள் ப்ராக்டிஸ் பண்ணணுமே, சொதப்பிடக்கூடாது. லவ் இஸ் மை ஃபார்ம் எடுத்துலாமா? இருங்க, இது இங்கிலீஷ் போட்டோமா? நம்ம எல்லாருமே சேர்ந்து பாடலாம் சொல்லிடலாம். எல்லாரும் இது மென்னு மெல்லாம் வேணாம்.
ஆமா 2 times each, like for first speed, second speedல 1 time. வேணும்னா லிரிக்ஸ் ஆட் பண்ணலாமா இப்போ? இல்லன்னா I am God. அது எவ்வளவு பேருக்கு லிரிக்ஸ் தெரியும்? வேணும், love is my அப்படியே பண்ணலாம், பாடலாம். லிரிக்ஸ்லாம் ஒன்றும் வேண்டாம். இட்ஸ் ஓகே. இது வந்து no reason for love, no season for love, but no prema. நாங்க அனந்தபுரல அப்படிதான் பாடுவோம். இங்க வந்து அஹிம்சா பாடுறா. நீங்க எப்படி பாடலாம்ங்க? தர்ம இங்க வா எப்படி பாடுறான்? அந்த இடத்துல கொஞ்சம் குவைட் ஆகிறேன். பிகாஸ் எவா என்ன பாடுறாளோ பாடுறேன். பிகாஸ் நீங்க ஒன்று ஆனந்தா பாடி அஹிம்சா பாடினா அவ என்ன ஆனா பாடாம இருக்க முடியாதே.
தர்ம சாந்தி ஆனந்தா அப்படியே விடுங்க. நானும் அப்படியே பாருங்க. எஃப்னு போட்டிருக்கோம். ஆமாம், அது யூனிஸ் எல்லாரும். ஸோ ஆர்டர் என்ன காமிங்க. ஸோ ஆவோ ஆவோ. ஓகே. Yeah, we'll get to that. Yeah. Oh, you need actually for you to fill up the. Yeah, you should have for one group each. One index card per group. Om Sri Sai Ram. Swami says, pleasure is an interval between two pains. We had excellent tea and excellent snacks. Now we are at a spiritual dilemma, and hopefully this can. The idea behind us doing this is not to create dilemmas, but these are, life's decisions are always not black and white, but to apply what we have learned from Swami, to make sure we put it in the best dharmic way possible, is the best thing we can do. Other than Swami, everyone else is only opinions. So when this activity next we're going to do is, please don't be shy. Everybody participates and everyone's opinion is correct. It matters. So don't shy away, and we're going to dwell over the next 45 minutes. And sister, maybe you want to talk on the mic how we want to do this.
So these dilemmas are from our experience. So this is very relatable for every Sai center. So we want you to take, so it's better if you sit in a circle so that you can discuss, because it is not a clear yes or no answer. It is not going to be. So it is a spiritual dilemma. So you will have to weigh the pros and cons. You will get all different opinions from each other. So we want us to go through that process, because that process is very important. So we will give 15 minutes?
Yeah, we'll give 15 minutes, and between Sairam.
There is some important dilemma there. Let them figure it out.
So they're already into the game. It sounds
No, you can't rush. Wait.
So 1 second. So we'll do between now 3:30 and 3:45. What we will do is to look through the situation. At 3:45 sharp, we will start to, each group will present, one representative from that group will present what they think collectively, and both sides, because it's always a dilemma. So you'll see different facets to this.
So there's a specific question asked. So there's a scenario that is given. So there's a specific question asked, and we want you to, provide an answer to that question as a group. All answers are right answers. Again, back to study circle basics. There's no wrong answer. Based on the collective group dynamics, the headspace that we are in, you are going to give an answer, but we want you to come and present it quickly. Take 2-3 minutes per group to present it. 15 minutes for the discussion. So focus on your scenario and then get to the question. We have 9 scenarios that we have picked, but I don't think we have 9 groups.
How many groups do we have? Can we count? 4 ladies? How about here, men?
7.
3? Okay, 7. Okay, so we have 9 scenarios. So
Pick whatever you want.
Swami will enable the right scenario for your own group. It's between you and Swami. So we have kept it upside down. Each person from one group can come and pick
Your scenario.
your scenarios. You can take multiple copies. We have, for each scenario, we have multiple
We have
copies.
5 copies of each scenario. So take those 5 copies.
As a whole.
Distribute it amongst your group. So all of you take the time to read it.
Take the full chunk, one set fully. Any set that you like. And distribute to your own group. So we should have 2
See, loving Swami, he didn't want to, leave a group without any choices. So he gave more scenarios and less groups.
So the next 15 minutes we will be silent, and this gives an opportunity, and we'll regroup at 3:45 or 3:50 maybe. Sairam.
ஸோ நம்ம என்ன பண்ணலான்னா, நம்ம இங்கே ஜெகதம்பே வரும்போது இது ரெண்டும் பண்ணுறோமா இல்லையான்னு டிசைட் பண்ணிக்கலாம். ஏன்னா 4 o'clock இவன் முடிக்கணும்னு இருக்கா. ரொம்ப இழுத்துட்டே போனால் அப்புறம் இட்ஸ் லைக் நாட் ஃபேர். ஆமாம், அல்லா நம்ம பஜன் லாங் பஜன். அது கடைசியில் ஸ்லோ ஆகிடுமே. இல்லை, இது பாடிட்டாங்க சுபு. ஹரி 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 ஸ்மரண கரோ சுவாமி பஜன். நீங்கள் பாடுங்களேன். பிகாஸ் நான் எனக்கு 2 பாடுவேன். நீங்கள் வந்து ஜெகதம்பே பாடுறேன், அப்புறம் லவ் இஸ் மை ஃபார்ம் யூனிசன் சிங்கிங். யூ எண்ட் வித் ஒன் நைஸ் பஜன். ஃபாஸ்டா ஸ்லோ. இது ஒரே பற்றி
இல்லை இதுப்பா ஹரியோ.
அது பண்ணுங்க. ஸ்கேல் என்ன?
F sharp.
ஆனால் அது எஃப்ல பாட முடியுமா?
Please. Oh. Okay, sure. Oh, that's the
Sure,
love is
sure.
uncertainty, uncle.
ஸோ லவ் இஸ் மை ஃபார்ம் எஃப்ல பாடுறோம். இது நீங்கள் எஃப்ல பாட முடியுமா? ஸோ யூ டோன்ட் ஹேவ் டு சேஞ்ச்.
அது எஃப்னே போடுங்க.
இது வந்து இந்த ஷமந்தகமணி பாஷ்யம்னு ஒரு ஆண்டி. அவள் வந்து 85. என்னமா பாடுறா.
அந்த அதுலேயே அந்த டிவோஷனல் சுகாங்கிற ரசம் அப்படியே இருக்கு. நீ ஒன்றுமே பண்ண வேணாம் பஜனுக்கு, அப்படியே இருக்கு.
ஆமாம்.
எப்போ டைம் ஃபாஸ்ட்டாக இருக்கோ ஏதோ பண்ணுறாரு, ஆனால் அவருக்கு என்ன வேணுமோ
அது மட்டும் இருக்கு.
அந்த கார்டு கொடுக்குறாரு இல்லையா, சிலது ஸ்கிப் பண்ணுறது உங்களுக்குள்ள கொடுக்குற கார்டே அதுதான்.
You won't believe this, Subbu. நேத்திக்கு whatever I sharedல nothing was in my head. Complete from the heart. And you won't believe, அது பேசி முடிச்சதுக்கப்புறம் நம்ம இவர் ஷாம் அங்கிள் இருக்கார்ல வந்து சொன்னார், அம்மா I was so glad to see that what you spoke was straight from your heart and it was so childlike. எனக்குல அது, and that is true la, that's how Swami answers.
அப்போதான் நீங்கள் ஃப்ரூட்டாக இருக்கலாம். நான் தான் சொல்லியிருந்தேன் யார்கிட்டயோ, இந்த ரெண்டும் இந்த ஒரு மாதம் பூரா வெதர் இட்ஸ் பஃபலோவோ எங்கேயோ, இது என்ன ஒரு பாக்கியம் டு ஈவன் திங்க் அபவுட் ஹிம். எண்ட் ரிசல்ட் விடுங்க, இன்னைக்கு விடுறோம் என்ன ஒரு நினைக்க விட்டாரு, அதுக்கு நிஜமாக சொல்கிறேன். ஐ குட் பி டூயிங், என்ன எவ்வளோ பிஸியாக இருக்கேன் கரெக்டாக வேலையில், என்ன அந்த 2 weeks யூ வில் நாட் பி இந்த மந்த் அப்படியே 3 நாள் மணி நம்ம வெளில நடந்ததே கிடையாது, அப்படியே ஸ்லோவாக இது. அதுவும் இவரோடது தானே. எவ்ரி ஆக்ட் டினையலும். நான் ஒன்றும் இல்லை, அன்றைக்கி 26th ராத்திரி, ஓகே, இது என்ன பண்ணேன், முடிச்சுட்டு ராத்திரி படுத்துக்கும் போது இந்த கால் வந்து டியூஸ்டே. ஸோ ஐ தாட் டு மைசெல்ஃப், சுவாமி ஏன்னோ இது ரெக்கார்ட்லாம் வேறு பண்ண போகிறா சுவாமி, எனக்கு தெரியல. நான் ராஜேஷ் சொன்னேன், தெரியல ஒரு மாதிரி இதாக இருக்குது, மனசுக்கு இதாக இருக்குது, என்னன்னு தெரில அப்படின்ட்டு. அன்றைக்கி ராத்திரி தூங்கும்போது நான் 1 மணி ஆகிடுச்சு. அப்படியே படுத்து தூங்கிட்டு அந்த கவலை அப்படியே தூங்கிட்டேன். காத்தால் எழுந்துக்கிறேன், என்னோட பிறந்த நாள் சொன்னாங்க. ஆனால் அனு அனுப்பிச்சிருக்கிற மெசேஜ் பாருங்கள், இதுதான் ஃபஸ்ட்டு. அதில் என்ன எழுதியிருப்பாரு, ஃபஸ்ட்டு பிக்சர் நான் பார்க்குறது. ராத்திரி படுத்துருந்தது, எதுக்கு கவலைப்படுறது, நான் தானே பண்ணுறேன். சரி சுவாமி, இதுக்கு மேலே என்ன, அவள் எதுக்கு, அவளுக்கு எப்படி தெரியும் நான் நினச்சது, அதுவும் லைஃப் வேணாம், நான் பண்ணுறேன், எதுக்கு முன் தலையில் போட்டுக்கிறேன், தலையில் போட்டு அதுலேருந்து என்னோட கான்ஃபிடன்ஸ் சுவாமி, ஓனஸ் இஸ் ஆன் யூ, நாட் ஆன் மீ. ஒரு செக் போடணும், இன்னும் 5 minutes கொடுக்கலாம். Sairam, we'll have another 7 more minutes. I'm hoping this is providing good discussions, spiritual discussions. ஸ்டார்டிங் போது நாங்கள் அந்த நாம அதில் கன்வீனியன்ட்டாக ஃபியூ திங்ஸ் கரெக்டாக ஆரம்பித்தது வேணுன்ட்டு பண்ணி ஃபார்மி தான் ஐ ஃபெல்ட் ஹி புஷ் த டைம் ஸோ தட் ஹி ரிமூவ் த பீசஸ் தட் ஹி டஸ் நாட் வாண்ட். யூ பர்ஃபெக்ட்லி பீஸ் வித் ஹிம். ஃபார்மி உனக்கு என்ன வேணும்னு வச்சுக்கோ, என்ன வேணுமே போட்டுக்கோ எக்ஸ்ட்ரா. யா சேம் திங். யா இதெல்லாம் பேப்பர்லேயே இருக்கு. அது ஐ திங்க் யூ பிலீவ் இட் இஸ் ஹிம். ஆமாம் ஆமாம், நீங்கள் எந்த பக்கம் பாருங்க, நான் எந்த பக்கம் பாருங்க. Sairam, I'm hoping, I think we're almost done. Which group needs more time? How many groups are done? Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4. So 2 more, 3 more. Oh. So, everybody is done pretty much except. Are you guys done too? Okay. All right. Let's come back here. Let's speak. Sairam, let's speak from our own experiences collectively together, because we know Bhagwan is here and we'll all learn how he enables through all of us. So let's learn together. Who wants to start first? Okay. Yes, we'll start here. So please come forward and maybe read the question for everyone's benefit. Oh, I don't have it in event. Okay.
Om Shri Sai Ram. Our scenario is like objective. I would like to offer a bhajan that I love to Swami. But challenge or dilemma is my devotional or bhajan coordinator says that this bhajan is too complicated to follow, but I love to offer it to Swami and I think I have practiced well. So question is like, what should I do? So with our group, we discussed as a group, our group. So first what we want to do is like we want to communicate openly with our devotional coordinator to understand what's the problem, like why the bhajan is complicated to follow, like is it a language barrier or is it like too many gamakas or that kind of ragams and all. So one thing that we can do is like reduce the pitch or gamakas or the slow past phase or something, so that without losing the original flavor of the bhajan, how can you make it possible to follow? That's one option. If that is also not working, there is another way like we can do is like, because you like the song and you wanted to offer to Swami, as told in the sessions like a home bhajans, right? We can do a lot of practice at home bhajans and then see how the group is doing it there. And then you can communicate back to your coordinator that we tried this as at home bhajans and then people were able to follow. We try to convince that way if it is like kind of okay or not. And the other one is like, again, of course, we practiced enough number of times and all is there. But if it is still not, he's still not convinced or he still thinks it's really complicated, we may have to change the bhajan. And one last option that we thought is like, if it is a language barrier, like some other language, if the group is not able to follow, then we try to get the same bhajan in a different language that kind of everyone can sing.
Very
beautiful,
nice.
Beautiful. Thank you so much for sharing this.
It's beautiful that you tried all the options and finally you said if all of these don't work, then we'll change the bhajan. So wonderful. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any questions for any other groups on this? Because this is a scenario that happens. Any questions or any thoughts? If not, we can move. Yes.
True.
Right.
Correct. That is true. The home setting bhajan was more for our own comfort level. Swami is Swami, right? He's sitting here or he's sitting in your home.
And the practice happens either way. Whether you're doing for home bhajans also, the practice session is not a discounted thing. Directly you go sing in a home bhajan. So
Correct. And the other thing that I wanted to add for this particular scenario is, sometimes when the devotional coordinator says that it is complex,
we should just accept it. Instead of, trying to reason out, because it's very difficult. Probably they are coming from a different perspective. I think we need to understand why, as sister said, that was their first option. They said, I will go and try to understand why he thinks this is a complicated bhajan. And see if you can simplify it. I love that option.
Yeah. And there are, in the Boston area, when we have the bhajan lineup, there are hard-coded options. For example, if you're singing number 3, you're supposed to give a slow bhajan. If you're number 9, because he'll say, I need a 9th bhajan, which means you cannot give a slow bhajan or anything like that, right? We have to go. So depending on where your number is, and as sister said, the openness should be there, because instantly, yes, nobody should be offended because again, it's a collective thing. We want to make the garland better. Always remember that.
Yeah, the next
Beautiful.
group. Who is going? They are going now. Yes.
Side. Yes.
Rahul.
I love it.
So our objective was, I attend my Sai Center sessions every week. In my center, 99% of the people attending the sessions are Indians, but we do offer English and Spanish bhajans. I really want to learn and offer English bhajans. The challenge is, I am scared that I might offend people by singing English bhajans in an Indianized way. What is the right way to address this?
So, in terms of few thoughts that all of us discussed in that scenario. One is, and this is not just with English bhajans, right? It can be any bhajans. It can be Sanskrit bhajans itself, which are a little bit difficult. So, one is the choice of the bhajan, right? It should be, like you shared earlier, it should be simple namavalis, right? Whether it's, even if it's English, it should be simple without a lot of difficult words or combinations of complex words. Second thing is, as part of the practice itself, make sure the pronunciation is correct. So if you are afraid that it is not going to communicate a different meaning or incorrect meaning, then the pronunciation, it's a responsibility of the singer to make sure that offering to Swami is with the right pronunciation. And like in Vedas, we have so many examples saying, hey, the intonations have to be proper, similar to that. In terms of practice itself, I think some beautiful examples came up saying family bhajans is a great setting for practice, right? That is where you can practice. The timing of the bhajan itself, right? If you have practiced it in the family, you have identified or discussed it with few of your friends so that there is chorus available also for that particular bhajan. But the timing of it, if you're still concerned, then maybe Akhand bhajans or Shivratri bhajans or the longer bhajan sessions where you have more flexibility for open bhajans are a good timing to try out these kind of new bhajans, so that there is more acceptance, if you will. Fourth is, means you should understand the meaning of bhajans, but if it's English bhajans, it is probably easier being in this country. But if it's Spanish bhajans, yes, understanding the meaning more in terms of to be able to relate to that bhajan and again feel the bhava of that bhajan as you're offering it to Swami. Then one thing is, more often than not, there's this blocker is at our end only, right? Internal blockers or the struggle saying, hey, maybe I'm not too good. Maybe you are, right? Means why do we need to put that as a blocker in your own mind? So yeah, you should welcome English bhajans. You should be unbiased and be respectful to the bhajans, not just when you are singing or even when you are repeating somebody else is singing a Spanish bhajan. You don't know, at least you can be respectful, and next time maybe try to talk to that individual and say, hey, what is the meaning of that bhajan? It's beautiful. So no bias, be respectful in that sense. And then again, like every bhajan session, bhakti and bhavam is more important, whether it's English or not. If you don't have the accent right now, you might pick it up another 6 months or so. Don't worry about that aspect of it, as long as the pronunciation, the meaning, and other aspects are aligned. And then, I think simple Namasmarana bhajan. So few thoughts that the group came up with.
Beautiful. Thank you. Thank you for sharing.
You've exhausted all the options here. Wonderful. Yes, please. Oh, 1 second. Maybe for others, you can talk on the mic.
When something is bhajan or whatever is translated into English,
the right meaning doesn't come across very many times. So careful thought must be given to a nuances, because I've seen a lot on website. I
Right.
find it quite jarring, because the meaning doesn't quite, is not quite
Correspond
right.
to that.
Yeah,
Whereas in-
interesting.
Yeah, it doesn't invoke devotion.
Right.
That's right.
I mean, I personally, I never read that description of what's given in webs, because I try to form my own scenario, because they, as you're right, because those words may not evoke the proper devotion, but your own story, depending on your life situation, depending on your experience, may connect with Swami better. Yeah.
Thank you. Can I also finish off, if nobody is there, my group 8? Am I jumping? Is it okay?
Yes, please.
Okay. The objective is, in my Sai Center, we do not have mics for bhajan following. On top of that, we have around 50 or 60 people attending every bhajan session. So what is the challenge? We have enough strength for bhajan following, and I could save my voice for my bhajan by not following all the bhajans. Now for this, we discussed and we feel it's the bhakti that is most important. You don't need to vocalize, verbalize, a bhajan. So some people who can't read, for example, they can listen, and that's bhakti too. As long as we say it in our mind, Manasikama, it can be the same bhakti as when you read or when you listen. That's our group's
Beautiful. Thank you
conclusion.
for sharing, Auntie. I
Thank
think the perspective of people who are not able to read, or people who don't have a voice, who lost their voice. Yes, that makes complete sense. But I think there's another perspective to it also, right? You want to add?
Yeah, she was, Sairam, she was sharing the one part of it, and I am sharing the other
Sure,
part.
please. Please.
Please, go ahead.
Because all were not agreeing with that, so Auntie.
No, it's good to, because that's the whole idea. 5
So
fingers.
we decided we'll do it in 2 parts.
Sure.
Good.
So
See, I didn't jump the gun here. Yes.
So Auntie presented the one
But
part.
before that, also, Swami has stressed on this clearly, that if you're unable to sing, that's different. But if you're able to sing, following, you don't preserve your voice for anything. He says, in Tamil, he says, "Vail enne velakkanaya vachindrika," he used to ask. Because you have to follow. You have
No,
to
wait, you're
follow.
giving their answer. She wants to share.
Oh,
She's
that's the second
same
part.
group.
Oh my God.
Thank you for sharing your thoughts.
I thought this is a different part. Okay. Sorry.
You're so biased, Subbu.
Yes. Yeah. He
For
said,
people who are able to, Auntie.
Able to.
Who are able to. Unless they have a physical limitation, they don't have to. That is still devotion. You're right in that perspective. But it's like a coin, two-sided coin.
Correct.
So you explained one side. I'm waiting for sister to explain the other side.
So the second side, we all discussed and decided that we should follow. And then if we don't follow, we get distracted. We see here and there what others are doing, what is not happening. The second point is that. And the third is, if we sing, then only we connect with Swami. And then fourth is our ego dissolve, as we discussed earlier. And then it gives motivation to the new singers how we behave in a common forum.
That's
That is
very
what
nice.
the last
Oh,
conclusion.
that's very nice. Thank you for sharing. Thank you for sharing that. So I think in that particular scenario, the key word there is, should I preserve my voice? I think that was the key word. You don't preserve your voice. When you sign up for a bhajan or when you show up for a bhajan, that 1 hour your voice is for singing His glory, and that's it.
And even if your voice breaks, it's okay to break because you're singing for Swami. That's absolutely fine. Because there's no better place than to break in front of Him.
Yeah,
than
what if
other
that is your
places.
last bhajan, right? Not to put a bad spin or anything, but in reality, what if that's your last bhajan and you lost the chance to sing that bhajan? It does not matter whether you're leading or following, right? Correct. No, but some people have that idea, Bhaiya, because especially when you are a professional singer, I have seen this a dilemma that they have. They say that, oh my God, the other bhajan is out of my range.
And this is where Nama Sankirtan versus Kirtana matters, because preserving your voice versus collective singing.
So it's okay. So don't, because the moment the thought comes that I need to preserve my voice, I have taken my mind away from Swami and directed towards my throat, myself, right? So that is why we say that for bhajan, if you are a following singer, you have to follow all bhajans. So this question came during the SSC discussion also. I don't know if those children are here or the teacher who asked that question is here. But I want to tell her that nobody can stop following a bhajan just because it is somebody else, not my friend, or not my neighbor, right? There cannot be any criteria. If you are coming for a 1 hour bhajan session, that voice is for Swami, and you need to use it to the fullest extent. And in that, if you are supposed to lead the last bhajan, and because of that your voice sounds disgusting, that's fine.
And in bhajans too, the lyrics are meant in such a way. For example, you sing Sai Mera, the lead singer sings, and then everybody else, I don't think they sing Sai Tumara. No, he will also sing Sai Mera, right? Because that Sai is Mera, because there is no difference between leading and following, because the way the leader outpours, the same way following outpours. There is no difference whatsoever. So he is my Sai, the entire mankind can say he is my Sai. Because is there any difference between preserving? Just because you preserve, what do you gain? Because you lose the opportunity to sing that you are mine, Swami. Yes.
Oh, next, yeah.
So, as you had just said earlier about unity, the whole thing is about unity. So let's say if we have 6 male singer and 6 lady singer, and if I am leading the bhajan, but the other 5 male think they want to preserve their voice, who is going to follow my bhajan?
Correct.
Exactly. Yeah.
Correct, yeah.
So, and again, as we don't let anybody, once when they are singing the bhajan, till everything is over, we don't let them go, because sometime it happens, if the kids, they have some other engagement, as soon as he or she finishes the bhajan and then they leave. That's a little bit disrespectful, because
that's a strict no. But I don't know if that scenario is covered already.
Yeah.
But I thought.
Yeah, because if everybody else is respecting your bhajan and following your bhajan, then.
So we have a scenario, brother.
Yeah,
for
we
that.
do have a
so
scenario. I
let's
don't
not
know if
break
anybody.
the ice for
yeah,
that.
exactly.
So.
Who's going next?
Oh, yeah.
Sorry, I'm a troublesome person, but anyway. I know this is more of a bhajan workshop. Firstly, I'm just learning bhajans. Now you're putting a standard there. Firstly, there are some centers where are like hardly 2 or 3 singers. Even though we take a chance, we go to many of the house bhajans because the host invite us, and we even because they are invited of more of a Shirdi Sai devotees, but they want bhajans. So we go there. I mean, I'm not a good singer because my voice breaks. So I'm scared too, and I learned a lot with the bhajan singing by leading. Now, if I know my voice is bad if I hear myself, but there are no singers. My wife sings and my daughter sings, there is no other singer. But we have to manage 1 hour. I know I love it. I know my voice may be bad, but my emotions and my feeling is good. But if you're putting the standards, there is hardly any, most of the fresh singers or who are trying to attend the bhajans, they're scared, oh, this is very big. They are trying to reach the party stands. First of all, we are not able to frame the words. Now we are trying to, I'm learning the language, you're trying to frame big sentences, they'll run away. So what is your perspective, like experts from you guys?
Oh, we are not the experts.
Yeah,
That's the
first
first.
of all, yeah, I was just going to
Teachers of bhajans for today.
So I'll give our individual perspective. First of all, Swami made it super easier for the idea of singing simple, because he made bhajans for all. He did not say good, better, ugly, all of these different variations, right? The fact that bhajan learning is fun, because I don't think we are trying to set a standard high, but the way the discipline surrounding bhajans is important, such that taking simple bhajans and learning, making it fun. Because if we pick a complex bhajan, it makes even more standards feeling very high, right? So we want to make sure simple namavalis in those scenarios, brother, as you mentioned, for 1 hour, it's easier to sing simple bhajans rather than keeping something very
And
high.
brother, the thought that, I have a lot to improve, that itself Swami has planted in your head so you can pick the simplest of the bhajans. So you can practice, not just 100 times. I can practice 10,000 times. And you need to accept yourself. It's okay. You're trying. You're in that path, right? That is the first thing. So don't stop yourself just because you are not the best singer. It's okay. But don't use that same point and go and sing in an Akhanda Bhajan where 1,000 people are waiting for that journey. Right? That is unfair. You know yourself that you have a lot of scope to improve, but you want everybody to relax the standards so you can offer the bhajan and Akhanda Bhajan? No. And the other thing is, who is setting the standards here? No. It's between you and Swami. You want to do a better job, so that is why you are practicing more. Not because this person X or Y said that. Yeah, I hope it helps, because the more you try, especially in our case, my husband is a horrible singer, was a horrible singer. He didn't know anything about music. But today, with Swami's blessings and his hard work, like just with effort, he can sing 4 or 5 bhajans and he sings very good without disrupting the session. Right. So I think everybody, I was telling the brother, my belief, or what I believe most, is if you can talk, you can sing.
And one of the things in terms of judgmental, right? Because it's all good and bad is all our own interpretation, right? Because any bhajan that you offer with feeling to Swami is good enough at home setting. But as you said, in a bigger setting, you have to take into considerations, that's all.
Yeah, and don't think that as a standard somebody is putting. Imagine you are a non-Sai devotee, you don't know anything about bhajan, but you have a ear for music. They come and sit, listen to the Akhanda Bhajan that's happening, and somebody is singing off scale, off beat. What is the message we are sending them? We are glorifying the God, the Lord. He will accept. He will accept even if you sing without scale, without beat. But for a third person, it will not inspire them to join. Right? That's the only reason I feel that we have kind of, we are setting the bar high. That bar should never intimidate anybody. That bar should not cause any division within the center. Like, I don't want somebody to come and say, in our center, we are the group of best singers and these are the amateur singers. Everybody is an amateur singer.
Imagine this. Swami could have used S.P. Balasubramaniam, Lata Mangeshkar, Asha Bhonsle to lead his bhajans. Did he? But he chose X, Y, Z. Because he can make sure, he could have, like in a split second, he could have made all these singers SPB. That's a different thing. I don't think the goal is to pick the best and be the best in terms of who is available. He can make the deserved people to rise to that standard with that feeling. So that's probably the message.
Yeah, I hope we answered. If we didn't, we'll circle back again and probably we'll have to listen more.
Yeah, let's, next group.
Auntie, we'll finish the presentation. We'll come back.
We have 2 here, but I don't know whether ladies have some. Somebody who's ready.
Go if it's okay, or do we have to stand up, or is it
No.
okay?
Stand up is better. Some workout for you. Come on.
Come on.
This is
No, everybody wants to know. This scenario is for everyone.
Okay. Okay.
Turn, not for us.
Okay. 'Cause I want to actually thank brother and sister for providing this opportunity and such wonderful scenarios.
Oh, thank you.
Our scenario objective is, as a Bhajan coordinator, I want to ensure we follow the discipline of practicing as a group. The challenge or dilemma, we have a well-trained Bhajan singer in our center. They have sung in Swami's physical presence many times, and all of us love their bhajans. Due to personal constraints, we are not able to make it to any of the practice sessions. As a Bhajan coordinator, how do I handle this?
So she is the Bhajan coordinator for now. Please
Thank
share.
Okay, so the group 2, we discussed about this. And
Mike.
So the group 2, we discussed about this question, and we came up with a few ideas. First thing, to have a set of rules, basically, so that even if they're new, they're fabulous singers, they get to know the rules.
Mhm.
If they are not able to participate as a Bhajan coordinator, the second thing would be to encourage them and give them calls and find out what would be the reason that they're not able to participate. Get to know them a little bit on a personal level, because I think that is the key. If you don't have good relationship with the good singers, then you cannot motivate them to come, because their ego comes first. Sorry, but some of them are. I'm not taking all of them in the scenario,
For
but some
everyone,
of
that's
them
true.
are like, I already know, I don't need to come. It's boring. So they will say all those things, and they may not come. And the second thing, the third thing is, as you just said, that we need to have practice in different areas so that everybody can, make some groups. And best thing is to do is to get them involved in these practices. Like, hey, why don't you come over? Hey, can you show this couple of singers how to sing? Can you help sister or brother, whoever it is? And to get them slowly involved in the scenarios. It's like, that's the only way we can kind of nudge a little bit forward and come. But as human beings, every time it may not be the same scenario. They might have health issues, it could be a job issue, it could be some other problems. So you need to know them, get to know why they're not able to participate. You would love to have them every time. So, if you show your interest, as Swami says, then you can bring them over to your group, to join the group.
That's awesome.
And just in some instances, if they're not able to, in the scenarios where they have health issues, so we were talking about that please, you should make an exception for them.
Okay.
Because it's about having good bhajan at the end of the day, and a lot of good bhajans, they, elevate a lot of people.
Okay, awesome.
Wonderful. Next group.
All right. So when it came to our group, I'm going to be preserving my voice, like a lot of good singers. So we have the younger generation here going to read the scenario. I'll hold the mic so that you can focus on the reading.
In our Sai Center, we would like to offer a vibrant and energetic and melodious bhajan sessions together, like how they do in Prashanti Nilayam.
Our challenge or dilemma is that we are at crossroads with quality and inclusivity. If we include all, it is difficult to maintain quality. But if we include only selected singers, we miss the opportunity to include all.
How do we work around this challenge to ensure we have high quality bhajan sessions without compromising our inclusivity?
Thank you so much for the people with the radio voices and the TV faces. Look at that. Beautiful. All right. Huh? Oh, no. This was up until now. But listen, we came up with a few things. You have something to say? No. Okay, good. We came up with a few things. The first one is selecting easy songs so that you can have, we won't call them bad singers, we're going to call them aspirational singers. So that the aspirational singers can be paired with the talented singers. So we know a lot of people that have the will, but not the skill. So this is one way of making sure that we can pair them up. The second one is Bhajan Social. The Bhajan Social is where we have groups we have 4 different groups at the center here, so they can split up as different groups, meet at different times, make a social out of that, and also practice some bhajans. That's number 2.
Fantastic.
And then the third one is about having a repository. I think you mentioned something in PHP before. Having a repository of simple bhajans to practice, right? So that was the 4th one. I think I might be missing one other thing, and that was about practice. Practice, practice, practice. That was point number 4.
Yeah, practice guarantees quality and it automatically brings unity and inclusivity. Thank you so much for sharing that, brother.
And to those little boys too.
So, but your group, did you share the scenario? Oh, okay.
Okay, next group.
One more?
Sairam. So we wanted to do it first, but we are doing it the last.
You are special.
So, okay.
Last but one.
Okay. So probably this is the good thing to be done at the end. So when we were asked to pick the card, you just told that Swami will give you the right scenario for the group.
Yeah.
So I would go with the objective is I want to observe silence before and after bhajan. Challenge your dilemma. There are very many people who I know very well who would want to come and speak with me or inquire with me. Question is, how do I not upset them, but at the same time follow Swami's teaching in this content? So this is a very hard thing to be observed by everybody because most of us are excited about the bhajan, which was already sung. So they would immediately come and say bhajan was nice. So we couldn't, stop that excitement. So we would immediately, before standing in the line for Pada Namaskaram, we go and do that. So basically, so this group, we are a mix of normal devotees and office bearers. So we would go with, it's a quite a difficult scenario for us. It's like first thing is we would try to leave quickly outside without talking.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
So yeah, the next thing is it's an individual thing. So it has to be followed by me. So when somebody comes and tries to talk to me, I would probably make a gesture, silent gesture saying Sairam, silently saying Sairam, and then we'll show hands for them to go out and talk. Or we'll pull them out and, pull them out and just talk. And for office bearers, it's like they have to do their duty. If somebody's parents have to come and talk, or in that situation, we would wait for them to complete the Pada Namaskar, and then we would...
See, I think one thing that you can also do, in the premises where the bhajan is held, you can maintain silence. It's still okay to go outside and at least talk, because this premise, there might be people who are meditating also, right?
Correct. Yeah. And are you done? Do you have one more?
And we can also try to include that in the center announcements, saying, we'll have to move silently after the
Yeah, I'll give you one another technique. In addition to center announcement, there are numerous quotes from Swami where Swami has insisted the importance of silence after bhajans. After bhajan, put that quote. All of you read that quote. That will automatically guarantee that nobody will want to open their mouth, right? So it should not be a struggle. As long as all of us are on the same page, it will become the natural process, right? And with respect to officers, I've been a devotional coordinator myself, and one of the important tasks of the coordinator is, if somebody new is visiting the center, after bhajan, we have to go and talk to them, get to know them,
This
right?
is very
And as
important,
Subbu,
because I think Sister alluded to this point, in another place, right? Swami asked this office bearer, he asked this question, who is the most important person in a Sai center? And everybody said, president, he says, Swami said, no. Vice president, no. Devotional coordinator, no. And then, of course, with Swami, you run out of answers. Then he said, the uninvited guest who comes to the center week after week after week is the most important person in a Sai center. And Swami said, you have to take so much care for somebody, because they'll think it's a different group. And then we come, sing, bhajan and go. What are you? Who are you? Do you need help? And because Sai centers are pillars of love, Swami said, it's so important to connect with them and to see, because I think only in Sai organization you'll feel that love. When you say Sai Ram, you can go to Hawaii and still be connected. You can go to Alaska and say Sai Ram, and then the Sai center will agree. There are people who went to Greece recently and they said Sai Ram, and they instantly felt that connection. I was telling to Brother Murli this morning, that connection is unbelievable. Only because of Swami we are all here.
Correct. But what we need to again remember is, step out of the premises,
Right.
go to a safe distance, and then definitely talk to them. And also do that only if you're a devotional coordinator. Don't try to share that love because you are so loving, because that's not your role. It is good, you need to be loving and welcoming in everything, but at the end of the day, it is your personal sadhana as well to maintain the silence. So that takes precedence. So if you are not the devotional coordinator, smile, just bow down and then walk. You don't have to turn your face and then walk, right? You don't have any fight with that person who stepped in you, correct?
And you have different committees here, I see. You can form a new member committee because somebody who
welcoming
comes,
committee or
welcoming
something.
committee, right? Easier.
You do.
Oh,
nice.
all the more better.
Yeah, but thank you so
Very
much for
nice
sharing.
answers.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
So the best is for the last. I hope.
Yeah.
So. Best is for the last, yeah. So we thought we got the best on the easiest one, but the answers are not that easy. So warning, good, bad, and ugly is going to come soon. The objective is, I signed up for Bhajans this Sunday. Challenge dilemma is, on Saturday I got to know my best friend is in town just for one day, which is on Sunday. He has helped and stood by me through all the ups and downs in my life. So the question is, will Swami understand that my friend will be gone after Sunday and I can skip Bhajans? Or should I miss the opportunity to meet my friend and honor my commitment to Swami by going to Bhajans? So the good part is we have 5 answers. I think I'll skip the 5th one. It's really ugly one. So the first one is, ask your friend to come with you to center so he can also enjoy.
Wow.
So that's the best one.
I like it.
Right. So
That's
next
the
one's
ideal answer, right?
Ideal answer, yeah.
You scored.
Yeah. Second one also I might score like 80-90%. So we'll see. Share time before, like in the morning if the bhajans are in the afternoon, but do not miss the center commitment. So which is also not a bad answer. The third one is, Swami will understand, but not make it a habit. Do not make it a habit. Like this week your friend came, next week another friend came. Don't skip. So this is not the best one. But still, we had an answer, we have recorded it. Keep commitment to Swami, find a replacement, like alternative. Put him on TV or movie theater or something like that. Come to center, finish, or go pick him up, right? Alternatives. So, should we go for the last one or?
Go for it. You're on a roll.
All right. So he was with you for your ups and downs. Why not he be with your ups and downs? That's what we had the last.
Wow. No wonder you had the last question with a punch.
Yes. And I wanted to just add, so you said that Swami will understand, right? Swami will understand, but you missed your boat. What is the point in Swami understanding, right? So that's the whole thing. Like we say that we are sailing through this ocean of birth and death. For one friend who helped you in this lifetime, you are ready to jump off the boat. Swami has been with you for years, janmas, births. Why should you jump, right? So that's a question. I'm not saying that all of you start ditching your friends. No. But that's one thought I think we should keep our mind, because when we keep our mind on Baba always, he will guide you to take the best decision for that scenario.
And imagine if Swami were to think exactly at the time of help. I have 2 other people asking, I will probably, you've been through ups and downs, I'll wait for you later. Help is all later. I know I love you, Bangaru, but I'll help you later. If he decides to do that to us, imagine we need 24/7, But we only give 1 hour, and that too I have friends. It's okay. Again, there is always, Swami talks about moderation in life. As you said, one time, because we all go through this, because I'm sure sister, myself, we all go through this. Not that we are perfect, because we are reinforcing ourselves, moderation in everything. Not to go one side completely, but to a Bhagavan who gave us everything. Why not miss the boat?
And because you already gave the commitment, right? This is the last minute thing. In life, everything will come at the last minute. Because that's how you learn to make good choices. That's how you learn to make good decisions, right? If we keep saying that, oh, this came at the last minute, so I have to adjust. No. If you have given your word for something, you just go for it. Sometimes, if you knew well in advance, you could explain this to the friend, right? Make him understand. Hey, I gave my word, I have to stick to it. This is a commitment. Let's say you are meeting with the President of the United States and your friend came, and will you say that, hey, no, I can't make to that appointment? You would, right? So it's the same way. When it comes to devotional singing, just because Swami is giving it free, it doesn't mean that you should just take it for granted.
See,
Well, imagine if Swami starts charging you for every sai you say in life. One sai, $1,000.
See, I think for the mistakes that we do also, it's not a mistake, but if you drive fast on a road, obviously cop catches it. And you will be very careful. Only in the spiritual aspect, even if we get rid of all the mistakes, it's okay. Swami will adjust. Swami will understand. We find ways. If Swami starts to charge or Swami starts to be a cop, then we'll probably, because the fact is we don't see all of this pertaining immediate result. We see only later. The problem is we take him for granted many, many times. I do. And I think it is a reinforcement that we should never take God for granted. I'm assuming this is the last scenario that we have, right?
Yes, I think so. Yeah.
So with that, right, we want to close off. It's very important. The entire day, imagining we spent with Swami, talked about the road, traveler, where are we going and everything. This is a clip when Super Speciality Hospital was inaugurated. Prime Minister Narasimha Rao at that time was ready to come inaugurate. But if you go look at this clip, Swami was waiting for like 30 to 40 minutes minimum. He was not sitting. Chairs were brought in, but Swami was not ready to sit. He was just standing. And then at the end of the day, all the devotees were looking at him. Oh my God, Swami is waiting. But patient, you didn't see any fervor in his face, right? And I thought to myself, and when we were discussing, sister and I, we are that Narasimha Raos. How many times in the same journey if we are taking, because the faith that we have on him is one thing, but imagine the faith that he has on us, how much faith he has to have. He's waiting on the other side. It is purely, there is a couple thing, right? One is our effort, his grace. But our effort needs to happen because he has given all the 10 commandments to follow and all the path, everything. Now he's waiting on the other side. It is purely our choice. Life is all only our choices to make, whether you want to disappoint him or make him wait. And the time is now. If you want to wait until 2 more days, 3 more days, that is not the right thing because he is waiting. If he makes us wait, how would it be when we need help? But he is the most compassionate on this earth. Yeah, sorry. So I feel we should never take him for granted. So with this, I think we'll end with this prayer. Maybe
Yeah.
sister.
So this is again Swami's quote. Swami says, Meera, she prayed this to Lord Krishna. And I think this prayer is from all of us to him. Swami, I delved deep into the ocean and could get the pearl of your divine name. Let not this valuable pearl slip from my hand and drop back into the ocean.
Having been born in this world, let me sing the glory of the divine name constantly and make my life sanctified. With this prayer, we would like to close this session. Thank you, Swami, for guiding us through this and for staying with us all through the day. And I hope all of you can take Swami with you to your own homes and put this into practice. Sairam.
So Sairam, brother has asked if we can sing a couple of bhajans. We will just sing two or three bhajans and we'll wrap it up.
And if you have mics, please follow. Take turns, pass it around so that many people can join in the mic also. आओ आओ हे भगवान,
हे भगवान,
आओ आओ हे भगवान,
हे भगवान,
सर्व जीवन के सर्व जीवन के कल्याण, आओ आओ हे भगवान, तुम हो परम कृपा के सागर, तुम हो परम कृपा के सागर, तुम हो गुण मंदिर नटनाकर, तुम हो सत्य सनातन स्वामी, तुम हो सत्य सनातन स्वामी, घट घट वासी अंतर्यामी, घट घट वासी अंतर्यामी, आओ आओ हे भगवान, तुम हो परम कृपा के सागर, तुम हो गुण
घट घट वासी अंतर्यामी घट घट वासी अंतर्यामी आओ आओ हे भगवान
पंढरी निवासा हे पांडुरंगा
पंढरी निवासा हे पांडुरंगा
पंढरी निवासा हे पांडुरंगा
पंढरी निवासा हे पांडुरंगा
हे प्रतिवासा श्री साई देवा
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 पंढरी निवासा हे पांडुरंगा
पंढरी निवासा हे पांडुरंगा
दीनरक्षका अनाथ रक्षका
दीनरक्षका नाथ रक्षका
साई दीनरक्षका अनाथ रक्षका
दीनरक्षका नाथ रक्षका
भक्तवत्सला हे साईश्वरा
भक्तवत्सला हे साईश्वरा
भक्तवत्सला हे साईश्वरा
भक्तवत्सला हे साईश्वरा
हे भक्तवत्सला हे साईश्वरा
भक्तवत्सला हे साईश्वरा
पंढरी निवासा हे पांडुरंगा
पंढरी निवासा हे पांडुरंगा
हे प्रतिवासा श्री साई देवा
हे प्रतिवासा श्री साई देवा
पंढरी निवासा हे पांडुरंगा
पंढरी निवासा हे पांडुरंगा
दीनरक्षका अनाथ रक्षका
दीनरक्षका नाथ रक्षका
भक्तवत्सला हे साईश्वरा
भक्तवत्सला हे साईश्वरा
भक्तवत्सला हे साईश्वरा
भक्तवत्सला हे साईश्वरा
हे भक्तवत्सला हे साईश्वरा
भक्तवत्सला हे साईश्वरा
पंढरी निवासा हे पांडुरंगा
हरि हरि नारायणा
हरि हरि नारायणा
हरि हरि नारायणा
हरि हरि नारायणा
हरि गोविंद नारायणा
हरि गोविंद नारायणा
हरि गोविंद नारायणा
हरि गोविंद नारायणा
हरि गोपाल नारायणा
हरि गोपाल नारायणा
हरि गोपाल नारायणा
हरि गोपाल नारायणा
श्री हरि नारायणा
ऋषिकेश नारायण
ऋषिकेश नारायण
ऋषिकेश नारायण
परतीश नारायण
परतीश नारायण
साईश नारायण
साईश नारायण
हरि हरि नारायण
हरि हरि नारायण
हरि गोविंद नारायण
हरि गोविंद नारायण
हरि गोपाल नारायण
गोपाल नारायण
श्री हरि नारायण
श्री हरि नारायण
ऋषिकेश नारायण
ऋषिकेश नारायण
परतीश नारायण
परतीश नारायण
साईश नारायण
साईश नारायण
हरि हरि नारायण
जगदम्बे देवी भवानी
जगदम्बे देवी भवानी
जगदम्बे देवी भवानी
जगदम्बे देवी भवानी
जगन्माते शक्ति दुर्गे
जगन्माते शक्ति दुर्गे
जगन्माते शक्ति दुर्गे
जगन्माते शक्ति दुर्गे
जगदम्बे देवी भवानी
जगदम्बे देवी भवानी
कुमार गणनाथाम्भा कल्याणि शारदाम्भा
कुमार गणनाथाम्बा कल्याणि श्यामलाम्बा
कुमार गणनाथाम्भा कल्याणि श्यामलाम्भा
कुमार गणनाथाम्बा कल्याणि श्यामलाम्बा
जननी दुर्गे वरदे माता
जननी दुर्गे वरदे माता
जननी दुर्गे वरदे माता
जननी दुर्गे वरदे माता
उमा महेश्वरी कलावती
उमा महेश्वरी कलावती
उमा महेश्वरी कलावती
उमा महेश्वरी कलावती
जगदम्बे देवी भवानी
जगदम्बे देवी भवानी
कुमार गणनाथाम्बा कल्याणि श्यामलाम्बा
कुमार गणनाथाम्बा कल्याणि शारदाम्बा
जननी देगे दे माता।
जननी दुर्गे वरदे माता।
उमा महेश्वरी कलावती,
उमा महेश्वरी कलावती।
उमा महेश्वरी कलावती,
उमा महेश्वरी कलावती।
जगदम्बे देवी भवानी. For the last bhajan, we would like all of us to sing collectively. We'll sing each line twice, and this is a famous bhajan, Love is my form. Love is my form, truth is my breath, bliss is my food. Love is my form, truth is my breath, bliss is my food. My life is my message, expansion is my life. My life is my message, expansion is my life. No reason for love, no season for love, no birth, no death. No reason for love, no season for love, no birth, no death. Prema Satya Ananda, Dharma Shanti Ananda. Prema Satya Ananda, Dharma Shanti Ananda. Shirdi Sai Satya Sai Prema Sai Jai Jai. Shirdi Sai Satya Sai Prema Sai Jai Jai. Shirdi Baba Satya Baba Prema Baba Jai Jai. Shirdi Baba Satya Baba Prema Baba Jai Jai. Love is my form, truth is my breath, bliss is my food. My life is my message, expansion is my life. No reason for love, no season for love, no birth, no death. Prema Satya Ananda, Dharma Shanti Ananda. Shirdi Sai Satya Sai Prema Sai Jai Jai. Shirdi Baba Satya Baba Prema Baba Jai Jai. Shirdi Baba Satya Baba Prema Baba Jai Jai. Love is my form, truth is my breath, bliss is my food. Om Jai Jagadish Hare, Swami Satya Sai Hare. Bhakta Jana Samrakshaka, Bhakta Jana Samrakshaka, Pati Maheshwara. Om Jai Jagadish Hare. Shashivadana Shrikara, Sarva Pranapate, Swami Sarva Pranapate. Ashrita Kalpaladika, Ashrita Kalpaladika, Apadmandava. Om Jai Jagadish Hare. Mata Pita Guru Deva Mariyantayu Neeve, Swami Mariyantayu Neeve. Nada Brahma Jagannatha, Nada Brahma Jagannatha, Nagendra Shayana. Om Jai Jagadish Hare. Omkara Rupa Ojasvi O Sai Mahadeva, Satya Sai Mahadeva. Mangala Harati Anduko, Mangala Harati Anduko, Mandara Giridhari. Om Jai Jagadish Hare. Narayana Narayana Om Satya Narayana 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 Om Narayana Narayana सत्यनारायण नारायण ओम सत्यनारायण नारायण ओम जय सद्गुरुदेवा नारायण नारायण ओम सत्यनारायण नारायण नारायण ओम नारायण नारायण ओम सत्यनारायण नारायण ओम सत्यनारायण नारायण ओम जय सद्गुरुदेवा नारायण नारायण ओम सत्यनारायण नारायण नारायण ओम नारायण नारायण ओम सत्यनारायण नारायण ओम सत्यनारायण नारायण ओम जय सद्गुरुदेवा ओम शांति शांति शांतिः समस्तलोकाः सुखिनो भवन्तु समस्तलोकाः सुखिनो भवन्तु समस्तलोकाः सुखिनो भवन्तु ॐ शान्ति शान्ति शान्तिः परमं पवित्रं बाबा विभूतिं परमं विचित्रं लीला विभूतिं परमार्थ इष्टार्थ बाबा विभूतिं इदमाश्रयामि पवित्रं बाबा विभूतिं परमं विचित्रं लीला विभूतिं परमार्थ
Om Shri Sai Ram. Really, after that session, I do not want to talk. Apologize, but I think it's customary that we really, we are very, very honored to have them, isn't it? Can we please give them a big round of applause? I really feel it's my honor and privilege to thank both of them on all of your behalf. I think a lot of things to unpack today. And when we go, we know which GPS to use. We are going to use a new app called MBA, Mind Always on Baba. I loved it. So I think that's a new app that we should be gearing towards and really tune into Swami. Thank you so much, Sister Rukmini and Brother Subbu, for this very enlightening and energizing session. Because everybody, there's a lot of feedback that came from everybody saying that, oh, I didn't even realize it was a full day. You know, it was so captivating. Thank you so much for very gripping segments. And they did not even tell us the content while we were planning. They said, no, just come there, you will know. So I'm so glad we didn't know what they were going to present. So it was really, really amazing. And we want to thank them on behalf of all of us. I'm going to request Ganesh Uncle to come and give our token of love to Brother Subbu. Thank you, Uncle. Just today's special is we are going to give, you're going to get it from the founder members. So today's Ganesh Uncle is one of the founder members. If you can please stand for the picture, please. for the picture on the camera. Thank you. And I'm going to request Sunita Auntie to come and give our token of love to Sister Rukmani, alias Nirmala, alias Ramya. So this is a Dallas given name. Yeah. We are going to call her Nirmala.
Thank you so much. So just to add, it's my mom's birthday today. So I got a gift from Dallas Eye Center. What more can I ask?
That's amazing. That's amazing. So we definitely want to thank our technical crew here, Brother Satya and Brother Prasanna. They have worked tirelessly. If you see, we have multiple cameras running. There are a lot of requests that came for recording, so we have recorded it. We will shortly release it with our guests' approval. We'll just review it quickly, and then we'll definitely we are going to release the recording. And somebody mentioned there saying, oh, this just feels like having the snacks and cheese, like almost like a retreat or being in, one of those Anandpur stuff, like, that was such a compliment, Vijay and team. Vijay and our Seva coordinator, and they have worked tirelessly to put this menu together. And they were there all in the morning, like, arranging everything for us. So thank you again, the food committee. They always do an outstanding job, and appreciate your sacrifice. And of course, today, did you guys realize the audio? How clear and, absolutely no feedback, nothing. Brother Gopi made sure that he came 1 hour extra. He told us if we were supposed to come at 9, he said, no, please open at 8:30, I have some things to do. So he came extra time, he put a lot of attention. He kept asking feedback from us. Is it okay? Every 1 hour I was getting text from him. Is it okay now? So that's, thank you so much for the entire team. And of course, this could not have happened with our very dear devotional team, brothers Venkat and Satish. Meticulous planning and always working with the facilitators and speakers and with the other office bearers to make sure that, it works well. Always listening to the participants on what people want and, kind of implementing it. This idea was also given by one of our founder members, like they've been asking this for a very long time. With Swami's grace, I'm so glad, and actually we have to thank Brother Murli for finding these instruments. As always, he is very well connected in his alumni network, and anything, we always go to him. So he found these 2 gems for us. He said, here is your 2 instruments, now go ahead and do it. So without which we could not have had this sessions today. We didn't even imagine the session would be like this. So thank you, Swami, and all the Swami in all of you. With that, let us hopefully break in silence. If you can please stay back and help. Please do help and to set up the center, but very high energizing day, and you all have a safe trip back home. See you all tomorrow here for the devotional session. Let's practice what we learned today. Thank you so much. Sai Ram.